position. So, all right, just getting started live from Studio 6B at the America First Warehouse on a Friday night. Sports news with everybody all coming up. We're back right after this.
All right.
Live from Studio 6B on a Friday night at the America First Warehouse. Slick's going to do some sports. Vinnie Mac, Rick Delgado, Kevin Downey Jr., Paul Nolan, all going to have the news. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Harry on the highway out there in the audience, going to find some people to talk to maybe. Harry just wants to get to the steak truck. Who's he kidding?
Yeah. He's killing 2 hours to get to the steak truck, right?
Yeah,
That's basically
exactly.
it. Yeah.
That's exactly right.
I heard we're doing segment 3 from the Stogie Lounge. Not true?
I hope so. I hope the cigar club, the cigar truck is still here when we're done.
They got some nice chairs in there, too.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
Okay.
Nice setup.
That's where I'll be post-show at about 10 o'clock and 4 seconds. I'll be out there. So, President Trump actually put a video out tonight on immigration that I have not seen yet, and I bet it's only about an hour old, so I don't know how many people have seen it. Let's play it. Here's the president tonight.
Today, I signed an executive order to launch the first ever self-deportation program for illegal aliens. We are making it as easy as possible for illegal aliens to leave America. Any illegal alien can simply show up at an airport and receive a free flight out of our country. We have also launched a phone app called CBP Home. That's CBP Home, where illegals can book a free flight to any foreign country. As long as it's not here, you can go anywhere you want. We're also adding a very important exit bonus for illegals to further incentivize their self-deportation. This deportation bonus will save American taxpayers billions and billions of dollars. What Biden did to this country can never be explained, will never, ever be accepted. Eventually, when the illegals are gone, it will save us trillions of dollars. However, if illegal aliens choose to remain in America, they're remaining illegally, and they will face severe consequences. Illegal aliens who stay in America face punishments including significant jail time, enormous financial penalties, confiscation of all property, garnishment of all wages, imprisonment and incarceration, and sudden deportation in a place and manner solely of our discretion. So to all illegal aliens, book your free flight right now. We want you out of America, but if you're really good, we're going to try and help you get back in. Thank you.
There you go.
Okay. There you go.
Come on,
man. Yeah.
And they get a free gift.
He is
I wonder if it's like I wonder if it's like a My Pillow, for, so they can sleep on. Mike Lindell's at the airport handing them out. There you go. Get out.
Oh man, that was great. How 1-800-FLY-HOME. They came here that easy.
That's beautiful.
Right? They came here free with those flights with those apps. He's just flipped it around.
First
where,
in the
now
process.
it's time to go home,
Yep.
and there you go.
Love it.
Same process, by the way.
Yeah, and I mean he's right on the cost. He's right about the cost, right? People when they first saw it, like, what do you mean you're going to pay? And you look at the numbers; it's going to be much cheaper to do what he's talking about than do what we've been doing.
The thing is that he said one thing on that I didn't agree with, and that is that we know why they opened the borders and brought them in here. There's a rhyme and reason to this.
Yeah,
there's redistricting and there's votes. That's why they did all this. It's not an accident. Every time I hear the left talk about this stuff, it drives me crazy because they make it seem like, they opened borders. We should have been a little firmer on that. There's no open borders. They just wanted to redistrict and get more votes, and they flooded them in. It was a strategy to happen. And Trump, I'd love to hear Trump just recognize that completely.
Do you remember
so we
when
could just put a pin in it.
Do you remember when the left was going crazy over the Koch brothers breaking into cheap labor?
Oh, yeah.
And they went haywire. That was their big talking point because, the Koch brothers they're going to try to get slave labor here in the States. And Obama went out of his way to get everybody out of here as fast as he could, but there was no talk then. It just doesn't matter what Trump does. It's completely, they're going to lose their minds no matter what. So I love that he keeps trolling them. It just gets funnier and funnier every time he does it.
Yeah, no question.
But I do agree with you, Vin, that I think he could come out stronger. Even when he was on NBC with Kristen Welker this past weekend, she asked him about immigration. Of course, they're all caught up in the due process thing. They're all, everybody's now about due process and how it affects this. And she asked him something to the effect of, do you not believe in do you not follow the Constitution anymore? Do you not believe in due process? And he kind of gives this I don't know answer, and I know what he means because he's saying basically I'm waiting for the constitutional attorneys to look at this and tell me ba 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 be ba ba. And Daniel Horowitz writes about this today over at the Blaze, and he says that to your point, he thinks Trump needs to come out a lot stronger on this and be more black and white and say, there's a lot of Supreme Court precedent that backs him up to say basically deportation is not a punishment. Deportation is not a punishment. It's an administrative action that flows from our national sovereignty. And then there's many Supreme Court, I keep talking about the one specific, 1958, that said no, due process does not confer upon someone here illegally the right to be, number one, be here, or number two, stay here. So I think to your point, he could be a lot more black and white if he wants to, but he wants to kind of play I got to wait and see what our attorneys say. I got to wait and see what all the constitutional experts say. But history backs him up. The facts back him up. The Constitution backs him up. And our own Supreme Court precedent backs him up on this issue, that there is not this due process that any of us would get.
There's two definitions of due process. There's the due process we all share, as citizens of this country, and we have our due process. Then there's a due process if you're here illegally. The due process of the process is we're just removing you. That's the due process. That's what nobody understands, especially on the left.
Yeah, due process is not a code word for you get a free trial. That's not in there. It's a matter of filling out the right paperwork. Here's the process. We fill out these paperworks. We determined you were illegal. Here's you going home.
That's the
There it is.
process.
That's the
Process that.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And you know what steams my clams, Big D?
Uh-oh. Here we go.
These Marxist Democrat animals, so wrapped up in due process. Well, they didn't think about that when some J6ers, completely peaceful, were in jail for years at a time, waiting to see a judge. They said, nah, you can sit here. We're going to beat the potato salad out of you, and you don't get to see a judge. So I'm not buying the whole thing. I'm a little cranky about that. Suddenly due process is important to you. What about when there were real Americans in jail? Well, they're insurrectionists, tried to take over the nation, armed with Trump flags and maybe in arrhythmia, because maybe some of them are in their 50s, like Kevin Downey Jr., who's not saying he was there, saying he wasn't.
Well, it's like everything, right? They want to wrap themselves in the Constitution when it fits their narrative once, maybe a year. The rest of the time, they want to burn it to the ground. We know that. So what were you going to say?
Well, I'm going to push back on what you said. I like the way Trump's handled it. He's way more diplomatic than he's ever been. He knows he's got facts on his side. He knows he has constitutional law on his side. He does not need to overstate his case in the media anymore. It all turns into his negative bullet points. I love the charm. I love the tact. I love his approach to this. I think he's right on. I think he's spot on the way he went soft at it. I don't think he needs to be.
Well, I mean, I hear what you're saying. The problem with that is, though, that not enough people have the time to really look at. Most people listen to what they hear most of the time on the media. And what they hear in the media is that he's not following the Constitution. He's asked about it, and he goes, well, I don't know. And they go, well, what do you mean you don't know? You're the commander-in-chief. You don't follow the Constitution? The president? This is the first time in history. We've never heard anything like this from a president. This is what people hear.
Yeah, no, I get that. And I know how the media is going to spin it no matter what. And I know exactly what, the talking heads are all going to be in line with their mockingbird. But at the end of the day, we don't care what the left thinks anymore. Everyone knows that the leftist media is a joke. Everyone knows everything that comes out of their mouth is a lie with like 7% truth just to keep you on track. So I don't think people care anymore. I know I don't.
Yeah, I mean, we don't. I don't know that we're still the majority of people.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I do believe the left is brainwashed to thinking that Biden could have used legislation to get these people out and to stop all this immigration. And the reality is that's baloney. It's malarkey. He should have been asked that question on The View, by the way. How could Trump in a couple of weeks stop it and you couldn't do it and you had to pass legislation? That's the narrative that I want Trump to speak louder about, because they think that this was optional, like this was a mistake.
All right, more about this. We'll do some sports and news with everybody coming back on a Friday night, the American First Warehouse, right after this.
back, Patriots. Welcome back to the America First Warehouse. Ladies and gentlemen, is this not the most patriotic venue you've ever seen?
Oh, yeah.
OMG. Folks, we are here with Patriot Andrew. Andrew, where did you get tickets tonight?
On your show.
Oh, you mean the Kevin Downey Jr. show?
That would be the Kevin Downey Jr. show.
Which can be heard from Monday through Friday, 9 to 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time at linewsradio.com worldwide. Is that the one?
I think that's exactly the one, Kev. I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure.
I'm not a cheap plug whore. He said it, not me. I totally said it. Andrew, do you have a question, a statement, anything for the boys tonight?
You know, with what's going on in the news, we always have a 24 hours news cycle and everything's always changing. But the biggest news these last couple days, since I've been a Catholic myself for my 48 years on this planet, I'd like to hear what the panel has to think about our new, for the first time ever, American Pope, right?
Yeah.
American Pope. Can I go first? Andrew, Catholic as well. I've been beaten by nuns. I deserved it.
Ditto. Been there, done that.
I'm afraid this guy might be a little Marxy for me.
He is from Chicago.
He is from Chicago, and that's reason enough not to vote for him. Turn it over to the boys. Big D, what do you guys got for Andrew here, talking about the Pope?
All right, KDJ, thanks very much. Live from Studio 6B, we're back. I think...
We talked about it last night.
Well, we talked a little bit about it last night. Yeah, and I think my feeling on it is a little different. I've tried to stay positive. That I think I think the Holy Spirit picks the Pope, not politics. Yeah. You know, and I think are there going to be things that if you go through his X feed, and he was pretty active. Is he going to say some things or written about some things or retweeted some things that we probably don't agree with? Absolutely. I think that there's absolutely going to be, without a doubt. But when you think about the first American Pope, you think about what it does for the church here. You think about bringing back people to the church, young people to the church. I think you have to go into it thinking that this is a great moment for the church, for Catholics all around the world, and I think it's good for us here in the U.S.
Yeah, I agree, and I also think, Trump has brought faith back to the White House, to our mindset, to the country, and totally. Having an American Pope is awesome. The dude went to Villanova. I mean, come on, how cool is that? Just in general. And he's a man, and he I do believe the selection process has some spirituality to it in getting picked, but stay out of politics.
No chance.
Be positive, enlighten us, and help us, be better people and those types of things. But that's kind of where I land with the Pope in general.
Rick?
I'm not really sure where I land with this Pope just yet. Like I said last night, 69-year-old guy poking around on X all the time talking about politics. Probably not the smartest move.
No.
But somehow to me, I think, and this is just a theory, Damon. You know how I like to have my theories.
Yes.
Yeah,
I love throwing out a theory.
Here we go.
I love those.
I'm thinking he was picked.
Do you think he thought through?
Wait for it. I'm thinking he was picked as a foil to Trump.
100%.
Wow.
That's just why that's just what I think, because they're thinking, how do we offset this guy from basically taking over and pushing everybody around and putting the United States back where it should be? How do we offset that? How do we counter that to stay with the globalists, right? So that let's bring in a pope. And the Pope is going to be on the other side of things. And you know what? Maybe they don't see eye to eye on things. And maybe he's going to do a few things that the president is going to like. And now people got to make that choice. Do I support the president or to support the Pope? Right? It's just a theory.
Yeah, and I think it's a bad one because I think that lessens. I think that lessens the process of who is making these selections and how they do it and what it means to them. I mean, it's a theory, but
I mean, 80% of these cardinals were picked by the most recent pope. So he had his guy waltzed right in. There was that.
Yeah, two things. Remember, Pope Francis made a deal with China, letting them pick a bunch of cardinals. And I think, yeah. And you know what steams my clams? I'll tell you, my favorite pope ever, Pope John Paul. From Poland.
Yeah.
He gave a speech where he told his people in Poland, under communist rule, get off your bellies. And they did, and they beat communism in Poland.
Amen.
At that point, I think the globalists and the communists said, we need to do something about this pope situation. And I think that's what we're seeing now.
Yeah, I'm
They're
with you
taking over.
completely, and I'm with Delgado. I think the Pope is a fully political position. It is a massive power in the globalist strategy. It's got massive wealth, maybe the most wealth in the world. There's probably banking, the BIS, the Business of International Settlements. This is a monstrous organization, and I think he's a fully anti-Trump, anti-Vance type of guy, and I think they just picked some kind of enemy to subvert Trump and the America First agenda. The last Pope, not remotely thrilled with, and I'm with you 100% on John Paul.
And can I add, let me just add this, Big D. I don't think the fight we're going through now is donkey versus elephant, red versus blue. I think this is good versus evil.
Yeah.
And I think they're trying to take our good Pope away with a pinko Pope because they saw what Pope John Paul did, and they said, all right, we need to take over that too.
And globalism is global communism.
Slick?
Yep.
Yeah, well, let's see how he navigates it. He already got himself in some hot water because it came out that he was a Chicago Cubs fan, so I'm going to get sports involved. And now he lives on the south side of Chicago. You know, there's the Chicago White Sox on the south side of Chicago at Comiskey Park, right? So right now, we'll see how he toes that line as he does the political landscape. But overall, Big D, I'm obviously going to wait and see, but I'm very skeptic about this guy. Not only because he's from Illinois, but because I just got my gut feeling about this. So we'll see. I like your theory about, let the Holy Spirit lead. Let's hope that's the case. But the foil to Trump, very good point.
I don't think the Christian faith growing again in the country can be bad with the attack on the nuclear family and everything else.
True.
Well, Christianity is growing.
I don't see how it can
It
be
is,
bad.
no doubt.
That's my core
Young
point.
people are back in church
Yeah,
now.
exactly.
Young people. I know this for a
Right,
fact.
but they were coming back to the church before this guy became Pope,
they were.
so.
Oh, yeah, this has been going on for the last couple of years, this movement.
All right, 36 past the hour, live from Studio
See what you
6B
did?
on a Friday night. Let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Slickster's got it. Slickster, what's going on?
All right, Big D, well, let's get to the scoreboard. First and foremost, NHL playoffs. To the ice we go. Unfortunately, no Islanders or Rangers for the New York fans that are in the audience tonight. However, we got a good one down in Florida. Panthers and Maple Leafs tied at 3. Game 3. Toronto leading that series right now 2-0 and midway through the second period. So a lot of hockey left to be played in that one. Stars are taking on the Jets up in Winnipeg. Winnipeg is a lot of folks' favorites to win it all. And right now, Dallas leading that series 1-0. Game 2 tonight, 9:30 puck drop. To the NBA we go. Knicks are on tomorrow, 3:30 in the afternoon. New York Knicks. So everybody's excited about that. But this is a national show, so we got a lot of folks that like to watch all over the country. And we got the Pacers right now trailing the Cavaliers 48-38. Indiana leads that series 2-0. And we all know that when a team goes down 3 games to none in the NBA, it's almost completely over. 95% of the time, that team will fail in the playoffs. So 48-38, Cavaliers in a must-win game. 6 to go there in the second quarter. Thunder taking on the Nuggets, and that is a 10 p.m. tip-off out in Denver. Game 3, series tied at 1. I got time for one story. Of course, it's ad nauseum, but I bring you the wide world of transgender in sports. Almost every night I got to bring that to you. Remember the classic ABC line? Well, Charles Barkley, very outspoken, was a Sixers fan too. I'm a Sixers fan. Barkley blasts stupid supporters of trans athletes. Dylan Gwynn at Breitbart. Right? Makes a lot of sense. This story will make a lot. I don't have a clip, but I certainly have the story. NBA Hall of Famer Charles Barkley left no doubt where he stands on the issue of men playing in women's sports during an interview with Outkick's Dan Dakich on Thursday. He really doesn't like it. I'm going to make this very simple for you, Dan. Barkley said on Don't At Me with Dan Dakich, men should not play sports against women. I'm not going to go into all that BS. He didn't say it quite that way. That's going on that they're here in the world today. Barkley said men should not play against women. If anybody thinks that, I think they are stupid. I support the gay community 100%. I support the transgender community 100%. But I do not, under any circumstances, think that men should play against women. In early February, mere weeks after taking office, President Trump rewrote federal Title IX education rules to withhold federal funds from schools that allow transgender athletes to play as females. Barkley quickly denied any suggestion that he would change his mind based on criticism of his statements. If anybody has a problem with that, they're going to have to get over it because I'm not going to change my mind. I just think it's wrong, period. He added, I don't even think that's controversial. I don't want to hear you try to explain it to me, no, I don't want to hear it. I'm not going to argue that men shouldn't play against women. I'm done. And Barkley's a big voice in the NBA. I think CNN was talking about getting a show. So he has a big name out there, and he's clearly against the obvious. I was telling the guys, I can't believe we're still talking about this.
Yeah.
How stupid it is. It should have been shut down from day one. You transgender, get whatever. You cannot have men playing against women in sports. No way, no how, no compromise. And obviously this show certainly supports that big thing. And that's a wrap in sports. Back to you.
All right, very good. It always is. It's always nice to see some guy in sports take a basic common sense position with 99.9% of the rest of the country.
And that's all it is.
It's still controversial.
They passed a law in Georgia, didn't they? Just recently, we marveled that we're at a point where we have to pass a law for this.
They've been doing it around the country, passing these laws in different states. And you're right. It's idiotic that we actually have to say, okay, it's like directions on your Pop-Tart box. You open it, you put it in the toaster, you put the toaster down. That's it.
Don't eat the wrapper.
Right. You shouldn't have to worry about directions for something as simple as that. But that's where we are. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna jump on the Barkley train on this one. And here's why.
Uh-oh.
We've been talking about this for the last couple of years. How come he only says it now?
Yeah.
Because of who's in the office. That's
Exactly.
why.
If Biden was in there,
Biden was in the office, or another Democrat was in the office, he
be towing a company line.
wouldn't say anything because
No
he'd
question.
be like, I don't want to get canceled. But now he sees people going, oh, wow, it's okay. You can wear the red hat.
Yeah.
You can wear the T-shirt. You can say this now.
Hey, Stephen A. Smith is out there,
Yeah.
right? He's speaking out.
Stephen A. Stephen A. said it before him.
Yeah.
And Stephen A. may be on the ballot for president, right? Stephen A. from
Stephen
Smith.
A's
We'll see
talking
about
common
that.
sense.
Yeah.
I think they're conflating two things in general. First off, I love Charles Barkley. I love what he said. It was just clean, plain English, right? But they're conflating two things. There's the trans thing that's going on in the world, okay, and then there's boys playing in girls' sports. They're completely different things. Because you're against boys playing girls' sports doesn't mean you're against anybody. It's just beyond common sense. And Charles Barkley, I understand it might be a little late to the party, but you know what? Join the party, because this needs to be said by powerful people and influential people.
Exactly.
I've mentioned this before. I have a daughter. She played sports. I mean, we'd be calling the mob to bring in people if they did this at the school that she went to.
No doubt.
And there are a lot of fathers and mothers and parents that go to these school board meetings, and I'm bewildered watching these meetings go on, and you see the people behind there defending this. And the parents are like so outraged by it. Who do they work for, by the way?
Yeah.
Who do all these people work for?
Right.
I totally agree. All right, live from Studio 6B. We'll try to find something that Delgado agrees with here before the end of the show as we continue on. God,
What?
Such a hater, this guy. Just nothing satisfies him.
A little point counterpoint. It's okay. All right.
the America First warehouse on Long Island. Don't say it or we'll stab you. We're not in Long Island, we're on it. Folks, with me is Patriot Tom. Let's hear it for Patriot Tom. Patriot Tom, where did you get tickets for the show tonight?
I got my tickets from the Kevin Downey Jr. show that I listen to every day.
Whoa! Thank you. Is that the one at linewsradio.com worldwide?
I actually downloaded the app because I was constantly getting in and out of the truck. I'm a truck driver, and I was missing a lot getting in and out. So now I get to carry my phone with me and hear it all day.
Get the LI News app or you're a communist, is what Tom just said. I heard it, you heard it. Tom, do you have a question, a statement, anything you want to say?
My only statement would be, I don't know how many of the guys up here are from Long Island, but these windmills that are going in. I've written to Trump, I've written to Lee Zeldin, and I really haven't gotten an answer on them yet. But I know these ugly things are going to be right off of our beaches. We have the best beaches, on the coast here.
You know why they don't have them on, let's say, Martha's Vineyard?
Yeah.
Because to them, windmill is kind of like an illegal alien.
Yeah.
Like, we want them here, but not in our yard. Let's take it to the boys. What do you think, boys? What do you think about the windmills? Let's get back to the boys at Live from CO6B. Go!
Oh, man.
Downey?
Kevin's getting more plugs in for his show than Hair Club for Men.
Yeah.
Come on, Kevin.
Kevin, you have a radio show?
Yeah, you have a radio show?
I'm just thinking about getting one.
You should probably do one now that you said.
Actually, we're on that radio, that show right now. We're on the air right now, 103.9.
I don't know. I'm not an expert in the windmills on Long Island. Slick, what do you know about this?
I know that they don't belong here. That's what I know. I'm
There you
not
go.
crazy about them.
That's all
That's
you
for
need to
sure.
know,
That's
right?
all I need
That's
to
all
know.
you need to know.
They gotta go. They're not for us.
You know what I know, Big D? The left went nuts when they found one straw in the nose of one living turtle. But in 1 year, we had 16 dead whales between
right.
our southern shore of Long Island
have that.
and Atlantic City, which is a ghetto.
Yeah.
Right.
They were probably stabbed there. They probably went and said, I'm going to get I'm a whale, I'm going to get a Zeppeli. Oh, no.
Yeah.
So I'm against them.
Well, by the way, that brings up another point about the Republicans where we started the show. Why have we not repealed the Green New Deal, given the expense of it, and the Inflation Reduction Act, more importantly, given the expense of that? Doing nothing to obviously reduce inflation. It really was a green energy bill.
Yeah.
Why have we not repealed it? Why don't even we talk about it?
I actually have a little rant on that because I was thinking about that today when Sean Duffy's been talking about all the infrastructure stuff with the FAA and all the radar and all that stuff and what they're going to upgrade. By the way, just hearing this makes me embarrassed. This is the greatest country in the world, and we have technology that's 60 years old in our major infrastructure.
Ridiculous.
But when you go back to this infrastructure bill. You go back to how it started. It started at $712 billion. Then it went to $1.2 trillion. Then it went up to $4 trillion. They're doing all of these things, supposedly, and now our guys come in and they're like, well, wait a second, we got to upgrade all these. Isn't this part of the infrastructure? Isn't this part of what you should be doing? They did nothing. That money was going to places that obviously weren't helping this country. And Pete Buttigieg, I mean, really? Talk about, did I even say his name right? I don't even care.
I think it's pronounced Pete Butt Giggles.
Pete Butt Giggles.
I thought it was booty jump.
But he not only did nothing, had no competence and no idea of what he was doing, but here's Sean Duffy coming in, and if anybody looks at a map when people are flying, there's the entire country's covered with planes. This is the way we travel now. Planes are everywhere, and to even have one iota of old technology in there to put hundreds of people at risk every day, more than every flight's got a couple hundred people in it, and just start doing the math. So Sean Duffy comes in, they're upgrading it all, and all I can think about is, where's this infrastructure bill? What happened?
Yeah. Well, it's always a boondoggle somewhere.
Of course.
All right. 59 minutes till the hour. Paul Nolan's here. And Paul, I wanted to get to you because I wanted to get to you have a thing on AI that you're looking at. And tell us about it.
Well, no, I've just been putting a lot of time into how fast it's growing, how quickly it's growing, and unless you got an exceptional space in your business, there's a very good chance you're going to be replaced. This is what is a concern.
Yeah.
I've been looking into it for a couple of weeks now, and it's frightening how fast it's learning from itself. And we have these tech oligarchs like Zuckerberg. I got a couple clips. There's nothing funny about it. The guy's a human Xanax. He speaks and you just start to nod off, but he's a diabolical mind. And he's talking about how people are lonely. And he's on a podcast, this tech podcast, talking about people are lonely and they're isolated. And a lot of us would agree that that's part of social media. Our kids are getting mangled because every algorithm is specifically designed for you, to attack you, to send ads to you, to make you react in a certain way, to stay on and click longer. Some of the things that they were doing in their ads were horrifying. But now he's talking about in this clip, I got 2 clips. One's a minute, the other's 45 seconds. So if I could hold your attention for these in 2 parts, I'd love your reaction to it. I know none of you guys have seen it. I want to know how the audience feels about this wacko. And I think there's more between the lines, Delgado, in this than you might think at face value. So if we can get the first clip, I would love everyone to be able to pay attention to what he envisions going forward.
I do think that people are going to use AI for a lot of these social tasks. Already one of the main things that we see people using that AI for is kind of talking through difficult conversations that they need to have with people in their life. It's like, okay, I'm having this issue with my girlfriend or whatever, like help me have this conversation. Or like, I need to have this hard conversation with my boss at work. Like, how do I have that conversation? That's pretty helpful. And then I think as the personalization loop kicks in and the AI just starts to get to know you better and better, I think that will just be really compelling. One thing just from working on social media for a long time.
You're right, Paul.
Is there's a stat that I always think is crazy. The average American, I think,
this guy could put a can of Red Bull to sleep.
Something good. Terrible.
He really is. He's like a robot like himself.
Yeah.
But like you hear that, like the personalization loop.
Oh yeah.
And this is the guy who's talking about people are lonely, creating artificial intelligence friends online. Think about what. Like, I hate Netflix and I can't cut that subscription. What is someone going to pay for our online friend?
Yeah. I can speak to this in great detail because I'm actually in this space. And
you have an online girlfriend?
I have several online girlfriends. I have an online and millionaire friend as well. But I'm involved in AI. The most valuable piece, other than the audience of TikTok and even Facebook, are the algorithm, the software behind the algorithm. TikTok has done a phenomenal job with that. That's why they've grown so fast. But if you think about Facebook and social media in general, you have friends on Facebook. Many of them you probably never even talk to. You don't even know where they are half the time. It's just someone that you're connected to on Facebook. So they're sort of like an avatar in a sense. They're people you know, but you don't interact with really. That's what's happened to our youth. They have these sort of artificial friendships. AI and the ability to create a human avatar that can interact with you, that's real. That is happening right now. I'm actually building one for a deceased music artist. We're bringing her back to life. We're doing it in a positive way. We're trying to use the technology to make people happy and do good things. But on the other side of this is an entire community of friends that are fake.
Before we cut, there's an article in Forbes. This could be your AI robot girlfriend for $175,000. This is getting to the point of
Slick, you got the American Express with you tonight?
I need freedom.
All right, that's a wrap on hour 1. Hour 2 coming back live from Studio 6B at the America First Warehouse right after this.
tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
There's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
From Studio 6B at the America First Warehouse. Glad you're in on a Friday night. We got a big crowd here, and they are jacked up, ready to go. Hour two, a lot more to get to. We're going to get to Rick Delgado's news. We're going to get to Kevin Downey Jr. as well. More with Paul Nolan, more sports with Slick, more Vinnie Mac, Aaron Fran holding it down, Harry on the highway out there as well. Right now, let's go to Kevin Downey Jr., who, by the way, has a radio show. It's the Kevin Downey Jr. radio show, heard right here on 103.9 LI News Radio, and he is standing by with a very special guest. Who you got, Kev?
Yeah, baby. Folks, I'm sitting here with Joe the Box. He built this place. Joe the Box, one of the most patriotic people on the planet. He created the America First Warehouse. Joe, what inspired you? What made you say, now is the time, I got to save this country?
I can only tell you it's a great time to be an American right now. Our great president, Donald Trump, is making it happen. Everything around here, everything you see was created by God. Divine inspiration, God coming back to the nation, one nation under God. It's an incredible time to be an American.
Is it indivisible with liberty and justice for all?
You know the whole thing, justice for all.
Yeah, baby.
Not just a few, for all.
For all. Thank you, Joe. Let's kick it back to Big D.
All right, Kevin Downey Jr. with Joe the Box at the America First Warehouse, and we're always, Joe and his team are always so welcoming. We're happy to be here. Hour two, lots to get to. We'll get to more sports, more Vinnie Mac, more Paul Nolan, but let's start with some news. Top of the hour, and here with that is Rick Delgado. Mr. Delgado, what's going on?
All right, so you want to get mad at me, Damon, again? Sure, of course. Why
no,
not?
I don't want to get mad at you. I just want you to find something that you agree with here tonight.
Well, let me see how this...
Water is wet. Well, let me tell you something, Damon.
It depends. Is it being sprayed in the air? Is it a... Oh, I'm kidding. Anyhow, this is a story that we've been talking about since President Trump took office, since he was inaugurated for his second term. Even before that, as a matter of fact. It's the Epstein story, right?
Oh, yeah.
Everybody wants to know what's going on with the Epstein files. When are we going to see somebody? When are we going to get an arrest of someone that wasn't actually involved in doing it, procuring the girls, but actually hurting them? Well, we still haven't gotten one yet. This brings me to this story. Days before she announced thousands of videos. Remember, we played this the other day. Pam Bondi, Attorney General. Days before she announced thousands of videos of evidence in the Jeffrey Epstein case, Attorney General Pam Bondi was secretly recorded sharing that exact same information with some random woman at a restaurant pretending to be a nanny. And you know what? The great James O'Keefe is the one who got that clip for us. It's cut number one. It boggles the mind, but here it is, cut number one. Check it out for yourself.
Yesterday, Attorney General of the United States Pam Bondi was at the White House and disclosed what she represented as brand new information in relation to Jeffrey Epstein. The existence of tens of thousands of videos featuring little children.
There are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn.
Now, this is the first time an official has publicly acknowledged that videos of Epstein and his victims exist. What you may not know is just 9 days prior, the Attorney General had a very similar conversation with a total stranger in a restaurant.
Do you know when the Epstein files are going to get released?
We hope soon.
Okay.
So,
any dates?
no, you know what it is? There are tons and thousands of videos.
Yeah.
And it's all with little kids. So they have to go through every one.
In the past, officials have spoken about the, quote, mountain of evidence in the Epstein case, but they've never, previous to that moment, acknowledged on the existence of videos of, quote, little kids. Just a few days later, at 2 p.m. on May 1st, our reporter sent the AG's office the text of the recording. We asked why this detail had not been disclosed to the public, but was instead being told to a random stranger at a restaurant.
And that is my big issue with this. 9 days before she had to come out and say, by the way, and probably the only reason why she came out and said anything about the videos is because she got busted talking about the videos to a random stranger who turned out to be an undercover reporter with James O'Keefe. So it begs the question.
She sat down for lunch with someone she didn't know just because she felt like it that day?
I don't know who she was sitting with, but that person was, quote unquote, a nanny.
Was it an interview for a nanny, right?
Right, something like that.
So they
an interview with a nanny who asked her about Epstein, and she answered?
And she answered. That is the problem. Why would she tell some random stranger in a restaurant, and it's recorded, they sent her the video, they sent her the audio. What did they do the next couple days? Oh, we better get out in front of this before it comes out. Begs the question, why is she sharing that with everybody, with some random person, as opposed to 2 months ago when she got into the office saying, we got all this stuff, including videos that we have to go through, so it's going to take a little while. That's all she would have had to say, but she didn't say it. Why didn't she? That's question number one. Question number two is, let's see, why can't we get a list of people that were involved? Again, because I'll put this up against the Diddy case. We know all the celebrities attached to those Diddy parties, don't we? Diddy party. This guy went to the Diddy party. This girl went to the Diddy. We got J-Lo. We got Drake. We got this guy. We got this guy. We have all these celebrities. Right. We got all these people going to Diddy parties, and they're all on a list. Well, we got a lot of people that went to an Epstein Island, and we don't have a list.
I never went to a Diddy party.
You know what? I have, and I got to say they were way better before he went to jail and Lizzo took over. Now they're just grotesque.
Yes.
You know what? On this Epstein thing, the point you make is a really good one. She should not be talking about this stuff.
Well, that's why I made it. Yes.
But fast forward to some of the speculation.
You think she sat with a total stranger interviewing for a nanny and talked about Epstein with them? That's what you think happened?
I think she shouldn't have said anything. Yeah.
No.
What do you think happened?
She got busted.
Yeah, what do you
She got busted.
I just don't think she was interviewing. I don't think that person's an interview for a nanny.
Oh, well.
What, the Attorney General of the United States? Hey, let's meet down at the Four Seasons so I can interview a nanny, and I'm going to talk about the Epstein files with her? That doesn't seem strange to you?
No. The woman identified herself as a nanny, but she was at a brunch. So they were at a restaurant together. I guess maybe she just decided to ask her some questions.
And she decided just to answer?
And she answered.
She answered him. That's how I see it, too.
Not good.
Just some random person.
I mean, the video's there. You hear her voice. That's her. She's
I
saying
did not know that.
I did not know that.
That is weird, wacky stuff. That is weird.
So what do you think, Vic?
Here's where I wanted to get the Rick's opinion on this, because I know he's into some of these theories, that are out there.
It's a theory.
And regarding Epstein, I'm warming up to the idea that this is much deeper in terms of some involvement of a government with Epstein. He recorded everything. Mm-hmm. He has all this money. He has all these powerful people, to the point even like the Tennessee senator you were talking about. Like there's something on someone. It seems like a colossal effort to have something on a lot of powerful people on both sides of the aisle, that Epstein was somehow involved in something. Hence, why it's so hard to get anything out. Like, we have seen the CIA behind some really serious stuff that's just coming out now. I'm not suggesting it's the CIA, but that is a theory. There's a theory. It's so incestuous.
I'll suggest it.
Yeah.
I'll come out and say it.
You'll second that emotion?
Paul. It's the CIA every time.
So, Ben, one of the things you have to understand about this honeypotting, the greatest currency in politics is blackmail.
Yeah.
You can't evade it. You can't get away from it. And like you were saying about the senator, there's a lot of BS little deals, then it's still an embarrassment. It'll still get you out of your gushy job, stealing the taxpayer money. But when you get to this higher level, think about it. If you're Epstein and you've got everybody from like corporate espionage, you sell that video to the highest bidder. You know, and that comes from Pfizer, that comes from bankers, that comes from government. So to say he's worked for any one agency, I would say he worked for whoever paid him the most.
Right.
But I want to come to the O'Keefe thing from a different angle. This shows a lot of credibility for O'Keefe. To go after, his side, so to speak, it lends credence to everything he does going forward. So the crazy lefties who call him, a conspiracy theorist and all the things that he's done, this fully validates him as a journalist. So I'm confused on the video. This is the first time seeing it. I was waiting for it. I didn't have time to get with this today. But I'd like to get more context of what happened on it. It does seem a little strange to me.
You think?
Why would she be blabbing that around?
That's dangerous.
In
a restaurant.
In a restaurant.
I mean, if all the things the Attorney General knows that are going on that she has never said anything about, I'm not really sure what the news is that, okay, yes, she said this to supposedly whatever that situation that we watched on video is.
Yes.
But then to say it a week later to the press in public, I'm not sure what the disconnect is. You know how many things she knows that she probably hasn't said about things that are going on that she may state facts later about what's going on? What's the news in that?
The news is, why did she wait? Why not include that early on? She had binders made. She had to know they had videos. So she could have said, we gave you a binder, there's a lot of videos, we can't go through them all right away, it's going to take a lot of time. That's all she had to say. 2 months ago she could have said that. They knew they had the videos.
But how has it changed anything that she waited, I guess is what I'm asking.
Because maybe she never intended to tell anybody about the videos until this was dropped on their doorstep a couple days before she made the statement, because O'Keefe said, hey, we've got this, do you want to comment on it? And he said they made no comment on it, and now to get out in front of this, they got to make a statement.
We knew he made videos, though. I mean, it's common knowledge that he was videoing.
But nobody knew where they were. Nobody knew who had them.
Right, okay.
That was the problem.
Yeah.
All right, what else is going on in the news, Delgado?
Let's see. Well, your favorite fatty and mine, Letitia James.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, she's back. She's back, and, well, she's hungry. Hungry for some justice, she says.
Oh, yeah.
Angry, as a matter of fact. Here she is ranting and raving, cut number 13, about, you know what, being indicted, or at least being under investigation. Cut number 13, check out Letitia.
And you want me to sit in my seat and stand idly by and allow this craziness to happen? Yeah. You can come after me if you want, but you elected me to stand up. You elected me to use the law. You elected me to go to court. You elected me to continue to challenge this administration. You elected me to stand up for the least of God's children. You elected me to continue fighting on.
God, we've got to be quicker on the block.
When they scream, they're wrong.
Yeah.
That's when they scream. The louder they scream.
Anytime you're yelling, you're losing.
When was that from? I thought today she was at some round table sitting there, and some guy confronted her about it.
Yeah, some guy confronted. That, I think, was from the day before. And then, of course, following that, we get this today, cut 14, which is music to my ears. Cut 14.
Fox News confirms that the Justice Department has launched a criminal investigation into New York Attorney General Letitia James over alleged mortgage fraud. James denies the allegations and says she's being targeted by the Trump administration.
There she is.
New York, before you share too loud, they just gave her $10 million for her legal fund out of your taxpayer money.
Oh, man, that's disgusting.
All right, live from Studio 6B on a Friday night, the America First Warehouse. We got more to do. We're back right after this. all sound like the blues on a Friday night at the America First Warehouse. Tax day may have passed, but for millions of Americans, the real trouble's just beginning. If you missed the April 15th deadline or still owe back taxes, the IRS is ramping up enforcement. Every day you wait only makes things worse, with over 5,000 new tax liens filed daily. Looks like property seizures, bank levies, and wage garnishments are ramping up. The IRS is applying pressure at levels we haven't seen in years. Increased administrative scrutiny means collections are moving fast. The good news, well, there's still time for Tax Network USA to help. Self-employed or a business owner, even if your books are a mess, they've got you covered. If your books look like Harry on the Highway has been doing them for you, don't you worry, they've got you covered. Tax Network USA specializes in cleaning up financial chaos and getting you back on track, and they'll do it fast. Even after the deadline, it's not too late to regain control. Your consultation is completely free, and acting now could stop penalties, threatening letters, and surprise levies before they escalate. Call 1-800-905-8000, 1-800-905-8000, or visit tnusa.com, tnusa.com/RAV. That's tnusa.com/RAV. You may have missed April 15th, but you haven't run out of options. Let Tax Network USA help before the IRS makes the next move. Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. Well, let me talk to you about our friends at Birch Gold. You know, this July, there's a global summit of BRICS nations that's happening in Rio de Janeiro. The bloc of emerging superpowers, including China, Russia, India, and Iran, are meeting with the goal of displacing the U.S. dollar as the global currency. They're calling this the Rio Reset. As BRICS nations push towards their plans, global demand for U.S. dollars will decrease, bringing down the value of dollars in your savings. While this transition won't happen overnight, the Rio Reset in July marks a pivotal moment when BRICS objectives more decisively from theoretical possibilities towards inevitable reality. Learn if diversifying your savings into gold is right for you. Birch Gold Group can help you move your hard-earned savings into a tax-sheltered IRA in precious metals. Claim your free information kit on gold right now by texting the word America to 989898. Birch Gold has an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. Thousands of satisfied customers. Let Birch Gold arm you with a free, no-obligation information kit on owning gold before July and the Rio Reset. Text America to the number 989898 and do it today. All right, 19 past the hour, live from Studio 6B at the America First Warehouse on a Friday night. Kevin Downey Jr. is the host of the Kevin Downey Jr. Show, 9 to 11, on weekday mornings right here on 103.9 LI News Radio, where you some are listening to us right now, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday night, 8 to 10, and we appreciate being there. Thanks to everybody at JVC Broadcasting. And you can hear Kevin weekday mornings, 9 to 11 there, but he's here tonight. Mr. Downey Jr., how are you?
I'm lovely. Thank you. Thank you, Big D. I'm going to be honest, I'm a little cranky. There is a situation in New Jersey. Uh-oh. They know what's about to happen. So I'm not going to... I'll read the one line in my broadcaster's voice. Here we go. Wild scenes out of New Jersey where Newark Mayor Ray Baraka, a Democrat, has been arrested. Here's what happened. There's an ICE facility, and the mayor of Newark decided he was going to be a tough guy, and they plowed in, and they forced their way into it. They brought a handful of Democrat reps who I guess are just not as famous as Jasmine Crockett and AOC. So they figure they'll fight their way in. Reps Bonnie Coleman, LaMonica McIver, and Rob Menendez. Hey, I think his uncle just went to prison.
They're getting off soon.
That is Jersey.
They're getting out.
So they decided, illegal immigrants are too important to lose. We need them. So they charged into an ICE station in Newark, and they got arrested. Now, they just said, we want to inspect the place, make sure, blah, blah, blah. What they're trying to do, everyone, is make sure that our replacements are not in an ICE detention center. They want to make sure they're on the ground, raping and murdering. Why? That's why they were sent here, let's face it. I'm not afraid to say it. England, you want to arrest me? Come and get me, bro. I don't care. I will speak until I'm dead. Thank you.
There you go.
These Marxist animals are trying to make a name for themselves. They have no clue how dumb they are. They're what Vladimir Lenin called useful idiots. Now, remember, some pinko, I don't know his name, he said something once. He said, the issue is never the issue is always the revolution. So, in this situation, it's all about make sure that the illegal immigrants are safe. They don't care about that. They just want them on the streets causing trouble and replacing us. And the Democratic Party has been taken over. It's one of the 45 goals of communism, take over one or both of the political parties, and they've taken over the communists. And some of the Republican parties, looking at you, Mitch McConnell, you better retire soon. You're old and you're a statue. But, yeah, this is insane to me. This is anti-American. This is borderline traitorous to me. I find...
Yeah.
Am I wrong? Is it traitorous?
Totally.
Yeah.
Nothing borderline about it.
It's theater. It's theater. They're up for an Emmy on 60 Minutes for manipulating an interview with Kamala Harris, and then they come out with more of their theatrics and decide, well, let's create this entire situation.
Yeah, they'll
get
be
it
on every
TV.
show. Yep, they'll be on every show.
It's just theater. The left, the Democrats are all actors. They're theatrical. They should be on Broadway. Give them an Emmy if they want to be theatrical like that.
The same editing that got him a $20 million lawsuit.
Yeah, well...
Got him an Emmy, yeah.
It got him an Emmy,
yeah.
right.
Hey, that's
Anything else?
For that
Oh, I got tons of stuff. Look at this. Man, this really steams my clams. So, Trump says no more pride flags. And 2 cities in, like, really red states go, all right, well, guess what? Our city flag is now a pride flag. What do you know? And you would never think. Boise, Idaho. I used to love working there.
Yeah.
It was wonderful. It's been taken over by pinkos from California who said, man, we killed this state. Let's go get another. And Salt Lake City, Utah. You would think those people would have something to keep the Marxists out. They don't. So now these 2 cities are going to fly their brand new city flag, which just happens to look like a pride flag. Oh. And that's their little FU to Trump. And frankly, to the rest of the United States. And if I'm wrong, say, take your, yeah, see, I got 7 people on my side. I'm going to take over.
Yeah.
But they're good people. They're good people.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Boise, Idaho, Salt Lake City, Utah, now flying the pride flag as their official city flags.
Yep.
Wow.
I don't like it.
Well, it's the continue what we talk about in red states. If we can't make red states as red as they can make blue states blue, and we're always fighting these kind of things in red states, whether it comes to medical freedom, things like this. You look and you go, wait, where's that happening? And you can't believe it. And it's always someplace. It's Tennessee, or it's in Austin, Texas, or it's in Utah, Colorado, and all these, not that that's red, but I mean, it just, if we can't get the right people in office in the primaries, and we can't start making red states as red as they can make blue states blue, nothing is going to change.
Now, if I can say this, and this is awkward, so there's this woman in Minnesota who catches a young child of color going through her diaper bag. And she drops an N-bomb on him, and a Somali immigrant says, oh, say that again. I will make you famous. Call me that word. So she does. I'm not defending what she said. I'm not condoning it. But that woman is about to be a millionaire because she started a Give, Send, Go. Oh. And what this says to me, hold on.
That's the new thing.
What this says to me is this whole generation of white guilt is over.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's over. You know what? In England, we saw 250,000 women get raped by Muslim rapists, Pakistani, 85% of them, and they didn't do anything because they said, well, we can't say a word, we'll be considered racist. Not here. Yeah. That's what that means.
All right, live from Studio 6B on a Friday night. We got a couple more to do. We'll try to get to everybody. A lot more topics to get to. We're back right after this.
to live from Studio 6B, coming at you from the most patriotic place you're ever going to see on the planet, the America First Warehouse. We got Patriot Matt here. Hey, Matt, can I ask you a question? It's actually a joke from Delgado, but pretend you don't know it's done. Got it. So, you know Nancy Pelosi and her husband like to drink a lot, right?
Absolutely.
What's the difference between those two when they drink?
I don't know, Kevin. Tell me.
Oh, Nancy gets drunk, but Paul gets hammered. Oh! All right, that's a good one right there. Hi-oh. Matt, what's on your mind?
Well, full disclosure, Kev and Big D, I am not on the Kevin Downey Jr. show every day on linewsradio.com. But I do agree with Kevin. If you're not listening to LI News Radio, you may be a commie.
Yeah! Yeah!
There you go.
But other full disclosure, I do know Harry on the Highway and Rick, Slick Rick, for over 30 years in our community.
Yeah, sorry.
By the way, everybody, welcome to Ronkonkoma, Joe the Box, and the best patriot here in Ronkonkoma. Welcome to my community. Thank you for coming and showing up every week, and invite everybody next week to come down and live at Studio 6B every Friday right here at America's First Warehouse.
Yeah, baby. You know, Matt, I hear they give away tickets on the Kevin Downey Jr. show every Monday through Friday at linewsradio.com. Did you hear that?
Yeah. Paul Oliver says, listen at 5:30 a.m. and you might win.
All right, let's take it back to Big D. Thank you, Matt.
All right.
We're off the rails now.
Kevin, I don't think I've ever used the bomb on someone on the show, but I think if Kevin Downey Jr., live from Studio 6B on a Friday night. So, Vin, our group chat today was humming with topics that everybody wanted to try to get to, and so I'm looking at all the stuff we talked about today, and one sticks out now, given the news in Breitbart tonight, and Delgado was talking about this, about Biden being out there on The View and being out there at the BBC interview, and well, there's a report tonight in Breitbart. And to get to your point, Delgado, even more to hammer it home, Biden's thinking about a $30 million tell-all book. And I don't know how someone who can't read a book could write a book, but I'm not sure. But that's the story tonight.
30 mil.
And again, it begs, why does he need that money?
The same guy who did the pardons is going to write the book?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why does he need $30 million? Because he's broke.
Yes.
They're out of cash. He's done with his influence. He can't buy anybody off. He can't push through legislation. He can't accept bribes and get this guy a job and get his daughter a job and get this cousin a job. Everybody needs money, and they're looking at old Joe, and old Joe's like, blah, 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 blah. He has no idea what he's going to do. So they're like, hey, why don't you try and remember a few things? We'll put it in a book and say it's a tell-all. Right?
Yeah, Vin, what do you think of this?
I think that whoever's giving him $30 million for a book that nobody's going to read, he's so uninteresting even for the left. I mean, he's uninteresting to us. We all have our views of him, but he's completely uninteresting for the left who have to buy the book. Who's giving him this money? What publisher is sitting at a board meeting thinking this guy he really should be just going to bed and just relaxing and doing nothing, and we're going to give him $30 million to write a book that nobody's going to buy?
I'll tell you.
And it's written in auto pen also, which is amazing.
I'll tell you who's going to give it to him. The same people that gave Obama $65 million for his book that nobody read.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
because it's their way of paying them off. Here,
Yes.
how do we get you the cash? Say you wrote a book. All right, here you go. Here's a book deal.
Yeah,
Speaking of books, by the way, it's pretty amazing that Jake Tapper, I've been hearing people report about it all day. It's like the arson returns to light another fire here. The Jake Tapper and the media have got all these tell-all books about Biden and how they all knew he was out of it. Right. All this going to drop next week. I heard Scott Jennings this morning on some CNN show saying, I don't think the Democrats have any idea the nuclear bomb that's going to drop next week on them as a party with all of these tell-all books about Biden. But it's like, you guys were the guys who lit the fire. You guys are the ones who told us that there was nothing wrong, that these were fake videos, that we were all out of our mind. Now you're writing tell-all books and making all this money off of saying, oh, yeah, we really knew the guy was totally lost. I mean, it's such a joke.
Yeah,
I'm your nightmare.
Especially because what are they going to do? They're going to sit there and say, well, it was the last 6 months is what my book is about. No, because they can't fill a book with 6 months of stuff they didn't do because he stopped running. So they have to go back to the previous 3.5 years and be like, yes, I remember remember when he said this, and then he peed himself. And I remember when he picked his nose, and then he ate it on TV.
I mean, Crazy Town started at the very beginning of it all, so to act like he only fell down his last 6 months is just as funny as it gets.
And I heard the book is only available exclusively at Borders Books, too. That's what I heard.
I heard Trump's been tossing around the idea of releasing the Herd tapes, which he absolutely should.
Totally should.
Right?
Yeah, totally should with a reenactment. Like get some actors to reenact it. So when he passes out, starts snoring, you can see the guy actually fall asleep.
We can use AI to do that, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that audio needs to come out because remember the uproar around the fact that, he couldn't be prosecuted because he couldn't handle a prosecution.
Yeah, he's a feeble old man with a bad memory, he told us.
Yeah. And that was just another one of these, malarkey stories. But here we are. We're going to get the audio and we'll hear it for ourselves.
Yeah. 36 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Friday at the America First Warehouse. Paul Nolan, what else is on your radar tonight?
There was a couple of things. I still think, we covered most of it, really. But we were talking a little earlier, hot button topic.
Yeah.
About now there's apparently a rift between Netanyahu and Trump. And this is like the ultimate alpha dogs. Both guys think they rule the world, essentially, right? They're the two most powerful guys in the world, fair to say. And now apparently they're going head-to-head in the Israeli Times and Israeli Hoya, that bigger news. But in fairness, they know how to do propaganda there, too. These are like the equivalent of the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times. They're talking about a big rift now that Mike Waltz was communicating directly with Netanyahu about bombing Iran, which Trump does not want to go to war. We could say he's the first anti-war president we've seen since Kennedy. Is that about fair?
Doesn't want to go to war, but I also don't think he wants to see them with a nuke on the end of an ICBM either.
Well, I would imagine no one does, right? I mean, who wants to see that? But the fact that there's been like a little power shift here with Netanyahu's starting to subvert and try to capitulate on decisions that have to be made. And he's kind of hee-hawing and sitting on the fence, forcing Trump to play a hand. Well, Trump played a hand, and he's going to travel the Middle East now, and he's not going to make a visit to Israel. There's a lot of things going on here, and there's a lot of stories, coming out of Israel talking about how there's some issues afoot here.
Yeah,
so I think it's worth noting and kind of keeping an eye on.
I know this is probably not going to be the most popular comment, but Iran is dangerous. They hate Israel. They hate us more.
Yeah.
Okay, that's one thing that the world has to, as Americans, we need to recognize.
100%.
And taking out their nuclear bomb-making facilities and all that stuff, I'm not for starting a war. But at the end of the day, these are really bad people. And these people will lie and cheat and hide and do everything possible to do damage to us. Why? Because this is their holy journey, or whatever they think it is. It's ridiculous,
That's
right?
correct.
It's brainwashed.
They're in this life to make it to the next one.
Exactly. So, I was kind of disappointed when Trump pulled back a little when Israel was talking about taking out those things. But I think that's inevitable because there's really going to be no peace with these people unless the mullahs are taken out and they don't have the ability to really threaten the world or threaten Israel or threaten us. And they have that ability. I think we're all making a big mistake here.
Yeah, and I think the point is that nobody thinks that war is inevitable or the only way. But you certainly can't let them
have it.
Right, you just can't. And if that entails taking them out, and it basically would be Israel doing it on our behalf and on their behalf, then that's what it comes to. That's what it comes to. And I believe Trump, by the way, who's not an isolationist, believes that.
I think
I heard Tom Cotton the other day on something, I forget what it was on, but he said that the position of the president and the position of almost all Republicans in both, I think there's a letter actually or some kind of proclamation floating around, that they will not, no matter what it takes, they will not be allowed to have a nuclear weapon.
KDJ?
Thank you, Paul. So, as some of you may know, I've got a problem with communism.
Just a little.
A little bit. So I know this. I know Vladimir Lenin, roughly 100 years ago, was sucking up to Islam because they both had two things in common. One of which, they didn't really care for the Jews. And number two, they hate and want to bring down Western civilization. So Iran has been working with the Pinkos for a very long time. That's why Obama was giving them money, because he's a global globalist who wants to take down the United States. Same reason Biden gave Iran money. Remember, they both gave the same excuse. Well, it was frozen assets. No, it wasn't. You're animals, and you want to take us down with Islam because you know they don't care. They'll blow themselves up in a church or wherever. And I'm going to say this. As much as I hate China, Iran, I think, is a bigger threat because they are so happy to die for what they want to do. And we ran up against that in World War II, the kamikaze pilots, Japanese, we're not afraid to die. So what do you do with people like that? You oblige them. You have to kill them sometimes.
And they're working with China and with Russia. I mean, they're working with our two biggest enemies.
Yeah, some of the takeaways also in these articles is also talk about Trump's he's very interested in America first in the Middle East as well. And so a lot of what he's trying to do now is make deals directly with Saudi Arabia, especially for energy, for oil, and, commerce. So some of the things he's doing, it looks to me like this could be another one of those America first, but overseas. I believe diplomacy is going to rise above all, and I probably stand alone on this, but I think he's going to be able to negotiate his way through this without, with disarmament, without the blowing up of everything. That's what I believe at this point.
I hope so. They just can't be trusted to disarm. That's really where I kind of draw the line. Right. I think we tried to do that. They tried for years. And we went in there, and it was a cat and mouse game. Now, whatever the disarmament means, I would love for this to be the solution, by the way. I mean, we don't want bad things to happen or us to have to bomb them. But they have just cheated and lied to us non-stop. And when your charter is to destroy our biggest ally, that's your charter, and us, I have to say, I'm not giving him much slack.
Well, I think with Trump creating some peace over in Yemen, I think that's a good olive branch, too, going forward. I just could see him diffusing most of this. Because let's be honest, he's a deal maker, and he's charming as all heck. Everyone will agree with that.
Anyone can do it.
And he knows that everybody just wants to make money first and foremost. So I don't know. I'm
pulling for you. I'm just telling you, I got a harder stance.
Dr. Waleed Faris says, a theory circulating in D.C. suggested if you strike the right deal to satisfy the interests of the Iran regime, then somehow the regime will act in the interest of the Iranian people. The flaw in this theory is clear. The Islamic regime in Iran does not represent the people. It never will. It serves only the will of the Khomeini elite. It is time to choose the people.
Yeah, well, you could say that about every government. Our government sells us down the river, too. You could say every government is selling their people down the river. They don't care about us. We're the mouth-breathing, knuckle-dragging animals who have taken up their space. But, so to me, that's almost a non-point, because no government cares about their people. They just don't, outside of, in my opinion, Trump.
That's so true. America first.
All right, live from Studio 6B. We'll wrap it up for a Friday night. When we get back right after this, we'll do sports. Whoa. We'll try to get to everybody.
Hello.
Right. Get some sports in.
Segment of Live from Studio 6B for the week here at the America First Warehouse in Ronkonkoma. So Harry was just asking me where I'm going to be next week. I won't be here. I'll be in Shippensburg, where those two drove in from today at the Parks Casino. But right now, we've got Patriot Sarah here. Sarah, is there an H on the end of your name or not?
No H.
What do we think about those Sarahs with an H? They're whores, right?
Oh, my.
Bunch of trollops.
Gonna get us canceled.
A bunch of trollops. Sarah, do you have a question for the boys of Studio 6B?
Yes, I'm curious who you would all like to see run for president in 2028.
Ooh. I'll go first. Donald Trump. And we'll kick it back to Big D on the stage.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people agree with Kevin, but actually, I think the president on Meet the Press kind of put that to bed, that he was kind of trolling with all of that. But I don't know, Vin, who would, I mean, before we talk about our side, I'm almost more interested in some way about the other side, because I don't know who they're running.
Jasmine
is it Jasmine What a Crockett, or is
please let it be that.
I mean, who's it going to be? I mean, I would think they have to look towards. I mean, Kamala, I think I just saw in a new poll, is still in the lead when people ask about 28. She still is in the lead. So
Well, who's she up against?
Talk about never learning. But
If you thought I lost
who cares
last
who she's
time?
up against?
I mean, you got Greasy Gavin Newsom, right?
Yeah.
You got Jasmine Crockett S. You got, who else is the other lunatic? AOC.
Gretchen.
Right. Stretch and Gretchen.
AOC. Stretch and Gretchen. You got the governor of Pennsylvania. I think it's going to have to be in there.
I think they're all losers, right?
Well, yeah, it's not a deep bench. That's the point. So I'm more interested in what they're going to end up having to do than what we're. I mean, we've got plenty of people.
Maybe Booty Juice will throw his ass in there.
Could
Who
be.
knows?
Vin, who do you think?
We're talking Democrat or Republican?
Either one.
I was on the fence with Marco Rubio for a long time. I liked Marco Rubio, but I really like him now. I think he's doing great stuff. But I go with JD, man. I really love that guy. You remember when Trump was first picking him, and he was talking about him? We were debating this on the show. And I was like, you got to give this guy a chance. J.D. Vance is smart, articulate, knows his stuff. He's common sense. He says it like it is. He can handle the media. The way he handled Kamala in a debate, what's his name, Waltz there? So I really do like J.D. Vance, but I have to say Marco Rubio has impressed me. Out of everyone in his cabinet, he's one of the people that's risen really high in my book. So,
all right, 10 minutes till the hour, live from Studio 6B. I'll get to the other guys on who they'd like to see run, but let's quickly get in some sports while we can. We haven't done much of it tonight. Slick's got sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. What's going on, Slickster?
Big D, before I do that, I just want to shout out again Joe the Box from the First America Warehouse.
Oh, yeah, Joey the Box.
And the local flavor here, all the Patriots. I know you're going to do that later as well, but I also want to recognize all this beautiful artwork around us, these sports cars in particular. This is Neldina.com. My friend Nelson, Nelson, I've known him for how many years?
Mandela?
Yeah.
Nelson Mandela?
I was going to say Nelson Mandela, but Neldina. Yeah, so Nelson's in the back there, so thank you so much.
I still won't play Sun City.
So good stuff. But I want to shout him out with all the beautiful artwork that he's done, especially the race cars. Fantastic. So Nelson's been a longtime friend, one of the best pinstripers on Long Island, many years.
Major Nelson.
Here we go, big deal to the NHL. We go, Big D. Maple Leafs and Panthers in a good one, tied at 4. 5 minutes to go there in the third. That is Game 3. Toronto leading that series 2-0. Stars and the Jets getting ready to drop the puck at 9:50 in just a couple of minutes. That series 1-0. Dallas leading Game 2 tonight. And well, it looks like it's pretty much over in the NBA tonight. Cavaliers 100-83 over the Pacers. 10 to go there in the fourth. I think that game pretty much closed out, though you never know. And that's East semifinals, Game 3. Indiana leading the series 2-0. Cavaliers in a must-win situation there. And well, you ever watch a movie or read a book where you just know it's not going to end well? The story. Here you go. Jordan Hudson, Bill Belichick's girlfriend, not banned from UNC football facility. The school says earlier today it was said that she was banned from going into the arena. So David Ubben of at the Athletic, Jordan Hudson, the girlfriend of North Carolina football coach Bill Belichick, is not banned from the team's facility. The school said Friday, disputing a report from a podcast released earlier today.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah,
but unfortunately, she's not tall enough to get in the building.
Yeah, but she's young enough to be one of the cheerleaders.
7.
That's the scary part. But while Jordan Hudson is not an employee at the University or Carolina Athletics, she is welcome to the Carolina football facilities, an athletic department spokesman said in a statement, noting that there was false reports about her role. Jordan will continue to manage all activities related to Coach Belichick's personal brand outside of his responsibilities for Carolina football and the university. And I got a better story about Andrew Agassi in the pickleball now. He's a professional pickleball player, Big D. So, yeah, but we'll get to that another night. I mean, I'll throw it back to you with about 4 minutes left to go.
All right, very good, Slick. 8 minutes till the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Friday night. So, Delgado, you want to go back to the question that Sarah asked during the break? Who would you like to see run on our side?
Who would I like to see?
JD, is he the leading candidate for you?
I think JD is probably sitting in the driver's seat right now in terms of running on the Republican side. An outsider that I'd like? Who would that be? Oh, I don't know. Maybe throw me somebody like a Byron Donalds. I kind of like him. I'm still a Byron Donalds fan, even though I think he's going to be running for governor in Florida, which he'll probably win. I wouldn't hate him.
Okay, Kev, you said the president. You sticking with only that?
You know what? I know he's not going to run. That was more, I mean, I would love him to. Yeah. I would love to see J.D. Vance run with Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah.
Because I think the first female president is going to be a Republican. It's not going to be Kamala Harris. It's not even Tim Walz. I know he's kind of a chick, but listening to that man gives me a yeast infection. I really can't listen.
Made our periods sync up when you said his name?
Our periods sync up. It's really awkward. But yeah, I would love to see J.D. Vance and Tulsi Gabbard, because we've got a bench. And then you've got Vivek Ramaswamy. We've got a bench. They have nothing. They're talking about Kamala Harris, who ran on Vibes and Joy.
Yeah.
Paul?
So he stole my thunder, and I agree. But Tulsi checks all the boxes as vice president. You know, military. I guess you could call her a woman of color. I guess because she's Hawaiian, and how everyone grabs a label like that. But whatever. She's so good with the media. She's brave. She's got. You know, she doesn't care she has no filter on what she says, and she kind of like divides the line, former Democrat, and she's been, every slur, every fake story has been thrown at her, and she's withstood them all and rose above it. And I just think that would be, I just think you're going to need the female vote to offset, what Republicans struggle with, liberal, middle-aged white women. So, except for this audience, of course. So I like Tulsi in that spot as well. I'm with you.
All right, good. Delgado, anything else on your plate tonight?
The only thing I have is someone we hope that maybe will make a musical contribution to the show in the future, Damon, as John Rich penned a little ditty that he sent out to North Carolina's own Tom Tillis. Here it is, cut number 8. Check it out for yourself. John Rich, let's see if we can get him on the show. John Rich.
Dom, 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 you were wrong, wrong, wrong when you went and sold North Carolina out. And dom, 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 you're gonna be gone, gone, and gone when that 26 election rolls around.
There you go.
Thanks for nothing, Tom. Go get him, Jesse.
That's cool.
I love that guy.
So there you go, a little John Rich.
Yeah, nice.
Be great to have him at the America First Warehouse.
Oh, we're going to get some music. We're going to get some music here. I want to thank everybody at the America First Warehouse for another great Friday night. I want to thank all the guys on the show, Aaron Fran for doing a great job as always, Joe the Box, and the whole staff here at the America First Warehouse. Most of all, I want to thank you, the live from Studio 6B audience. Have a great weekend, everybody. And as always, we salute all our military, active and active police, firefighters, first responders, EMTs, everybody that keeps the country moving forward. Thanks, everybody. Have a great weekend. We'll see you back Monday in live from Studio 6B.
Nice job, Big Dave.
Is San Francisco finally starting to realize that they haven't been running things super well? Maybe it was all the poop on the streets that they cleared out of their eyes so they could finally see the light, hopefully. Also, police officers who are assisting ICE in the Nashville area have an incredibly high rating for getting illegals during traffic stops, which is a crazy story. All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point tonight. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point tonight. Now, before we get to any of those stories and our fantastic panel, I got to talk about this hilarious new proposal for a proposal of a bill coming out of the libs. Congressman Jamie Raskin has said that he's going to introduce, that's not Jamie, that's Chuck Schumer, but Chuck Schumer is also on the Senate side, said that he's going to introduce what Jamie Raskin is also going to introduce, a bill called the Truth in Tariffs Act. Now, it may sound like actually a decent political idea if you're on the lib side of the aisle. What it's meant to do is force retailers, let me just read this from the Hill. It would introduce a bill requiring retailers to display any rise in cost on products caused by the Trump tariffs. Now, that may sound like a good political move, whether or not you agree with it, but let's put this in perspective a little bit. Okay, so what happens if conservatives / Republicans also introduce a bill that say, well, here's how much costs and prices went up during Bidenflation. Actually, let me do you a favor and just read a couple of that. Mind you, the Trump tariffs at this point are 10% flat tax, and let's just see if the Biden inflation costs were any more than that. Grocery prices increased approximately 20% to 21.3% in the Biden term, his entire 4 years in office. Energy prices, gasoline prices rose about 37.8% to 55.5%. Electricity costs raised about 28%. Rent and shelter went up 20%. And I can go on and on and on and on. What I'm trying to say is that this political stunt and political ploy that I'm sure you're going to be hearing a lot about throughout the news media, especially the lib media and the networks, is going to be, well, the Trump tariffs are causing prices to go up. And, maybe they might a little bit. I think it's probably for the betterment of the American people in the long term, which is how we should be thinking. But the reality is, in total, if you're going to, on the lib side, point out rising costs, maybe you should look at what the last administration did in terms of rising costs. Here to comment on that and so much more is our fantastic panel. Savannah Hernandez is a Frontlines reporter and Turning Point USA contributor, and Chris Hand is host of the Chris Hand Show in the Nashville area. Guys, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having us, Joe Bob.
Chris, just start with you here. The politics behind this, everybody's trying to win political points for their side. That's exactly what this is. It doesn't actually do anything for the American people. But at some point, do you think that Republicans are going to have the wherewithal to push back and go, hold on a minute. Right now, if things go up 10%, yours went a little bit higher when you guys were in power.
Yeah, I mean, the reality of it is this will never pass and nothing will come of this. This is just for cheap political points. But the other reality is that this is what we've been yelling about for 4 years. Prices going up. Nobody seemed to care. The Democrats didn't have the same energy during the inflation crisis with Joe Biden. They actually buried their heads in the sand. And now they want to grandstand and do this kind of stuff. Miss me with the theatrics. I mean, the reality of the situation is we're going to get 2-3 months down the road, and these tariff trade deals are going to be ironed out. They're going to be smoothed over. And I think you're going to see the American economy in a much better place than you see it right now. And by all stretch of your imagination, light years ahead of where it was under the Biden administration. But they can do this for now, just like they hung on eggs and egg prices for a little while. And just like they'll hang on the Maryland man for a little while. And as soon as it becomes not as politically beneficial to them, they'll move on to the next talking point, as Democrats tend to do.
I love the Maryland man thing. I hope they hang on that for the next 8 years. Just this Maryland father who was an illegal immigrant, wife-beating, human trafficking gang member. That's great. Also, the eggs thing. I like that point about the eggs because eggs were representative of the overall cost. It wasn't like everybody cared this much specifically about eggs, but then when egg prices went up because of a random bird flu thing, they're like, oh, look at this, the egg prices are up. It's like, well, that's That's not why we're mentioning eggs, but I don't know if they can get that through their skull. Savannah, of all the people to roll this out, this is, again, remember, a proposal for a possible bill that might be introduced. It's definitely for political points. But from a political standpoint, is Chuck Schumer going to continue to be the one who carries the mantle for the cultural side of the libs? Why don't they just pass it on to somebody else? Or maybe I'm answering my own question here. Maybe it's because the somebody else is AOC and Jasmine Crockett and they look even stupider, but I'll let you either agree or disagree with that.
Yeah, Joe Bob. I mean, leave it up to the Democratic Party to continue pushing nonsensical bills that don't actually solve anything. It doesn't matter who pushes these bills. At the end of the day, the response is the exact same, right? This is leading to nowhere. And as you were talking about this, it's hilarious because leave it to Democrats to attack the tariffs, which are actually going to be very beneficial for Americans and bringing American jobs back home. You know, one of the things that they're not focusing in on and they're trying to distract from is everything that Doge is uncovering. So earlier this week, Joe Bob, I don't know if you saw this, but the Institute of Peace was putting $55 million of unspent money that they had in an unsupervised account that everyone was just kind of pulling from. And then they were also sending millions to, contractors who were tied to the Taliban or for private jets or for renting out stadiums in Caesar's Palace. So it's like, okay, we have real substantial fraud happening in the government. But of course, we have one half of the country that is more upset about the fact that Donald Trump is trying to bring American manufacturing back home. It's just ridiculous.
I do hate corruption and I hate money going out to where it's not needed. But at the same time, I'm a proponent of peace. Maybe I'm going to submit my invoice to the government and see if I can get a couple $1 million myself. I promise to split it with you guys if that actually ends up taking place. Savannah, I'm actually super curious about your comments on this. Speaking of libs doing dumb lib things, but also at some point you have to recognize reality. Reality bats last. You can't ignore it forever. San Francisco might be realizing how crazy San Francisco is. I believe it was like last week or the week before, Savannah, that we had you on to talk about the harm reduction policies in Austin across many of the blue states. I actually think you might have some weight in actually making this decision what it is. But the new mayor of San Francisco, Daniel Lurie, who calls himself a moderate Democrat, said the city is scaling back the programs that give away free foil pipes and plastic straws for fentanyl consumption. Nonprofits now will have to direct people to care first. And not only is this, I think, a good idea, but the city has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on this. As the person who probably highlighted all this stuff to make it known to the libs, even in this deep blue city, what are your thoughts? Is that going to catch on?
Oh, absolutely. And again, this is happening because it's the residents of San Francisco. It is the liberal residents who initially voted this in and allowed this to happen in their city that realized how out of control things have gotten. I mean, we have all seen the videos of American children riding their scooters down very nice areas of San Francisco, surrounded by drug addicts with needles hanging out of their arms. And actually, Joe Bob, what's funny about this is the reason that it's happening is because the affluent neighborhoods of San Francisco, the drug addicts have now started moving into those areas because the mayor has been cleaning them out of the Tenderloin where they were previously hanging out. So because the affluent community is now getting upset, and again, keep in mind, this is San Francisco, so these homes are going for what, like $1 to $3 million, right? And this is what your child is walking around. The same voters who were okay with this happening downtown, now that they're having to deal with it in their own neighborhoods, are really upset. And now you're seeing policies like this put into action. And it's just been sad that San Francisco had to get this crazy for them to actually make a positive change.
It sounds like we should bus people to the areas where the affluent people aren't being affected, but voting the wrong way. I feel like someone should make that suggestion to, I don't know, the governor of Florida or Texas or something like that. Chris, Gavin Newsom constantly says California leads the way, and unfortunately, it has led the way in these quote unquote harm reduction, which it actually increases harm in a lot of different ways. Do you think blue cities that are continuing to mimic California will continue to do so, or do you think that the reversal of course from San Francisco itself, the bluest of the blue, will cause some of those cities to go, maybe never mind? What do you think is going to happen?
Never put it past a Democrat to continue making bad decisions, first and foremost. But the city of San Francisco, I saw a stat the other day that in the suburbs of the Bay Area, you are now considered low income if you're making six figures. Like this city has so many problems. So you are now officially at the poverty line if you're making six figures in San Francisco, and you have to deal with homeless drug users pooping on your front lawn. Do they have enough problems in San Francisco? Probably. And maybe this is the leadership there going, okay, we have to do something to clean this up. Otherwise, we're going to lose all of our constituents because they're going to flee the city like everyone else has been doing. So is this going to work? Is it going to happen? It might be too little too late, but I think only time is going to tell.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see if this catches on other places. I hope it does. I honestly, God, hope that cities come in reverse course. Again, this new mayor, Daniel Lurie, not the party that I would have voted for, but at the same time, a more reasonable Democrat, I feel like is a better option for everyone involved. Savannah and Chris will be back after the break to do a segment that there's no way that our team will allow on YouTube. So the only place you can see it is going to be here. So don't go away. We'll be right back after the break.
Wounded Warrior Project empowers post 9/11 veterans and their families with life-changing programs and services.
I realized I could be successful in a civilian career.
We stand by warriors and advocate for their needs going forward.
They were by my side in the hospital, and they're still with me today.
Through our programs, community, and advocacy, we're proving
anything is possible.
Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/connect.
My doctor told me I needed to start prioritizing my liver health.
Dose for Your Liver is a clinically backed supplement that supports healthy liver function.
My stomach feels a lot better.
He has more energy, he sees his grandkids more.
Start your liver health journey today at dosedaily.co.
Parents, America's faith is fading. Schools are pushing out God, leaving our kids adrift. We created the Kids Guide to Our One Nation Under God so you can share the faith and heritage that built our nation. And right now you can get it for free at freegodbundle.com. That's freegodbundle.com.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Thanks so much for sticking with us. My name is Joe Bob. As I said, we're going to get into this television format only because there's no way our consultants will let us put it on YouTube, but we'll get to that in a second. First, I want to get to this fascinating story from Tennessee. So the Tennessee governor is appreciative of ICE, which we all should be, but obviously some governors are not. In Tennessee, it's the opposite. They have their police aiding and assisting ICE, and some of the numbers I thought were fascinating, just unbelievable. Let's bring our panel back. Chris Hand, host of the Chris Hand Show, and Savannah Hernandez, Turning Point contributor. Guys, so check this out. In 4 days, let me get this right. In 4 days, 10 troopers in the Tennessee area made 350 traffic stops around and detained nearly 100 illegal aliens in those stops. Okay, the numbers to me are astounding. You're telling me that random stops on the street, the troopers in the Tennessee area are batting 300? Chris, if you're batting 300, you're making millions of dollars in the Major League Baseball world. How are there this many people for a third of the people that they stop? Oh, illegal. Oh, illegal. Oh, illegal. How is this possible?
Well, the area that they're targeting is Antioch, Tennessee, and the locals affectionately refer to it as Hispaniac because of the concentration of the Hispanic population, and a lot of them are illegal aliens. Now, we've been covering this story on my radio station a lot, and it's infuriating because the mayor of Nashville is heartbroken, and he's just so upset about family separation, yet he ignores the actual reality of the crime that these illegal aliens are causing. And after he makes this statement that he's heartbroken, the very next day we find out that it's Tren de Aragua members and it's child sex predators. So I wonder, how does that not make our community more safer getting these individuals off the street? To go a step further, we have Metro Councilwoman Sandra Sepulveda, and she is chasing around ICE buses and documenting where they are. And I think that's crossing the line into impediment. And I hope that we can see Tom Homan bring some arrests in here. But this whole situation is insane. Everybody's known it's been a problem in Nashville for a long time, and we are very grateful for Homeland Security and ICE to stepping up enforcement so that way we can get rid of some of these illegal alien gang member terrorists.
One, I do like the joke, Hispaniac. That's very funny. But I do want to note to the viewers. I don't discriminate at all. I don't care if you're an illegal from Poland. Just get out. Just all illegals. Yeah. Doesn't matter your race. just leave. Savannah. Again, from a numbers standpoint, I wouldn't think that I'd be able to throw a rock and be able to hit an illegal immigrant, but that seems like the case here. How are this many? Or let me rephrase this: are the numbers way higher than I think even we think they are? The people that are like, yeah, they're pretty dang high.
Oh, absolutely, Joe Bob. People floated that they think that there are 100 million illegal immigrants in the entirety of the United States of America. And again, this has been a decades-long, of course, illegal immigration issue. But people have speculated that the number could potentially be that high. But again, over just the last 4 years, we saw 10 to 15 million. Some people speculate maybe even 20. So I would venture to say that, if we've been having immigration problems in this country since forever, then I could imagine that there could potentially be that number of people in the United States. So it really isn't shocking that these Tennessee troopers are able to pull over a third of people and they're illegal immigrants. This is a problem that got absolutely out of control. And again, Joe Bob, I remember under the Biden administration going to the border and just sitting there watching illegal immigrants flood into the country every single day. I mean, there was a period of time when you had military-aged men, because that's exactly what they were, who were straight up throwing rocks at our border patrol and breaking into our country. And it was just like, oh, okay, this is fine. Let's not forget the 15,000 Haitians that were hanging out below an underpass or an overpass in Eagle Pass, Texas. Yeah, that it was a big issue. It was a big invasion for 4 years. And this is the reality of it. And one more point that I'm going to make, Joe Bob. Sanctuary city mayors, imagine if they actually followed federal immigration law, if they were actually cooperating with ICE. Mm-hmm. Imagine how many illegal immigrants we would be able to find and get out of this country in just 4 years. But, this is why these sanctuary city mayors are pushing back, because this is truly how prevalent this problem is.
Yeah, holy cow. That's it's going to be wild. I'd be super curious to see how these numbers come out from other states with them having to be able to cooperate with ICE, which is, oh boy, interesting. To transition here, and pun intended, this is what I mentioned. There's no way we're going to allow this on YouTube. We have an issue somewhat where it's YouTube is very, very difficult in what they let on, which is why you should watch on the Real America's Voice website or even Rumble or X, where they allow free speech. But every time we try to get one of our trans videos on there, it's just denied, carte blanche. So here's where the video will probably cut off on YouTube. But Colorado State Senator, I'm going to play you this clip from a speech he had on the floor, and then I'm going to describe the bill that he was advocating for. I don't know whether to be horrified or guffaw laughing because of how ridiculous this is. Watch this and we'll discuss.
Have you ever seen that movie, Talladega Nights? And you see that section where they're talking around the dinner table and they're talking about what their favorite version of Jesus is. All right, baby Jesus. I love baby Jesus. And the guy goes, well, I love Leonard Skinner Jesus when angels are behind him and the choir is singing and he's playing Freebird. Well, on my day of judgment, I might be standing in front of trans Jesus. I don't know.
I actually do know, sir, that won't be the case, because one, that's not true, and two, if you continue saying all that sort of stuff, I'm not sure you're going to be standing in front of that particular character in any form. But again, not here to judge the heart of other people. The bill that this guy is advocating for says this in the section 2 of it. When making child custody decisions and determining the best interest of the child for the purpose of parenting time, the court shall consider dead naming, misgendering, and threatening to publish material related to the individual's gender-affirming care services as a type of coercive control. In other words, hey, if you're a parent that doesn't want your kid to pretend that they're a different gender, then you might not get custody. Chris, I hate to sound like we're repeating the question over and over again, but is this the hill that they're going to continue to die on? Are they going to continue making speeches about trans Jesus? Like, who do they think this is appealing to?
Yeah, I mean, my first thought is, okay, tough guy, now do Mohammed, because you won't and you never would. I mean, let's be perfectly honest. The only religion you're ever allowed to bash and the only person that you're ever allowed to talk about this is Jesus. You wouldn't say it about Mohammed because, well, the repercussions would be the repercussions. Now, onto the bill, I think that we can all understand what they're doing. Once again, making it easier for moms with Munchausen syndrome by proxy to mutilate their children and taking away rights from fathers. I mean, because that's really what this is going to be about. You're going to see cases similar to Jeff Younger's where the mom wants to transition the kid and the dad says that's probably not a good idea. And the state says, you're a bigot, you're a racist, how dare you? You don't get to see your kid anymore. These stories are so heartbreaking and they're so numerous. And I think that anybody advocating for more of these stories is an evil person. Like, I don't throw that around lightly, but for this individual to get up there and say trans Jesus and we need to take away kids from parents for dead naming. No, sir. Let the parents be the parents and stay out of our families, please.
Seriously. In addition to this bill, Savannah, the Section 8 of this defines dead naming and misgendering as discriminatory acts in the Colorado Anti-Discrimination Act. I'm curious, is the way that we stop this sort of stuff, if this were to pass and get signed into law, is just abuse it until it breaks? Because at a certain point, you can just you accidentally say he or she. I think I would just do that constantly if I lived in Colorado, make them prosecute me for it or not, which would also have its own advantages. Is that how we change this sort of stuff if it ever, God forbid, were to go into law?
I mean, I think so, Joe Bob. And I think this is why the culture is where it's at right now in terms of saying any naughty word, right? A lot of people are really starting to push the boundaries because they're absolutely exhausted. Americans are exhausted with this type of ridiculous ideology being pushed on our children, of all things, right? If this was just adults being weirdos in the sanctity of their homes, okay. But this is our children that are being targeted. And you know what's hilarious too about this bill, Joe Bob, because I was reading it as well. They have an italicized portion at the bottom in which they say, well, if you do have to dead name somebody because you're referring to their legal documents and we have to identify them with the past name, that's okay. That's how ridiculous the state of Colorado is, where it's like they have to detail that sometimes we're going to have to use your legal name. But we have to make this caveat to the bill to make sure that we don't get arrested for dead naming based on this ridiculous bill. So it's just ridiculous. It's like, Joe Bob, my brain can't even compute this because it's ridiculous. Okay. I'm so tired of talking about this issue. What needs to happen to Colorado? I don't know. Get a priest to Colorado and go exercise the entire state. That's where I'm at with them.
We need sage. We need some sage being burned.
For real.
Maybe that'll do it. If you are going to burn some sage and you're going to perform an exorcism, you might also want to take that to ESPN's Around the Horn. The show is getting axed. I can't imagine why, but I want to play you this clip from, what's her name? Kate Fagan. Watch this in our trans section, and we'll have you react briefly.
Listen, being on this show has been a privilege and a platform, and I know it's my last time on it, and I want to say something worthy of that privilege and platform, and that is this, that trans kids deserve to play sports. Think about what you remember from your time playing sports. Like 99% of it is finding that jersey for the first time, your favorite number, community, joy, those high fives. It's that moment when you have a great play with a teammate. It's the feeling of belonging, and it does not know gender. And trans kids deserve that, the same as everybody else.
Guys, in the couple seconds we have left here, I don't know, is that... I feel like we're repeating the same question. Is this the hill you want to die on, Libs? Is this trans kids playing sports? Like, is this it, Chris? What I don't know. What more is there to say?
My first reaction was, it's not every day that somebody can outwoke Jamel Hill, but here we are. And I don't know what you would call her, a reporter. She outwoke Jamel Hill. But Around the Horn used to be a fun show. Like, it used to actually talk about sports. I don't know why they're tackling cultural issues, but it's owned by Disney, right? So, of course, this is the hill that they're going to die on over there. It's ridiculous. Again, we're just beating a dead horse at this point. Boys should not be playing against girls. Boys should not be in girls' locker rooms. It's very, very simple, but I feel like we're going to have to write it down for the left.
Savannah, I don't know if I'm allowed to assign investigative reports to you. I don't think I actually have that authority contractually, but if I were, I would task you with finding the trans man. So a woman who's trying to be a man that has excelled to the top of her sports field against men. Has that ever happened? Do you think it'll ever happen? And if given 6 months and an unlimited budget, do you think you'd be able to find that story?
Probably not, because it has never happened. It never will happen. And there's a reason for that, because women pretending to be men are never going to excel or beat men in men's sports, which is why you always see women trying to push trans women onto women's sports. And this is my conspiracy theory, Joe Bob. My conspiracy theory is that it is women, female athletes, that push trans athletes into their fields because they want to remain number one, and they don't ever want another woman to be able to take their trophy or take their first spot. The only other person that would ever be able to, push them out of that number one spot would technically be a man or a trans woman. So that's my conspiracy theory, is that these are just, maybe some jealous women who want to remain number one, and they're pushing the trans ideology into sports so they can retain that title.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to see if I can get that into my contract, if I can assign you stories, because even though I don't think you would be super optimistic, I'd like to see you try to find the one woman that can
impossible task.
Ascend to the top of the UFC or whatever. Chris Hand, Savannah Hernandez, guys, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks, Joe Bob.
Thanks.
Thank you. Coming up next here on Turning Point tonight, we've got a clip from Alex Clark's Culture Apothecary podcast. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Hey guys, you got carpet stains like this? Well, you need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new carpet stain remover and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and the odor goes away. Why bend over and scrub? That's back-breaking work. Stand up to stains and odors and let Bullshot do the hard work of carpet and upholstery cleaning for you. You love your pets, but when Fido has an accident, you better have Bullshot. This black light shows every drop of that urine stain, but Bullshot quickly eliminates that stain. The secret is an advanced foam action formula that penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors, lifting them from the fiber with a formula safe for kids and pets. And it's made in the USA. Ever accidentally spill red wine on your carpet? I can shoot from the hip with pinpoint accuracy. Bullshot is like spraying an eraser on your floor. That stain is gone for good. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Just point and shoot. It instantly and easily erases these blood stains, makeup, fruit juice, coffee, and more. This sticky juice stain is deep into this couch. Bullshot, it gets right down into those crevices and has the couch looking like new again. Still skeptical? Watch this. I'm staining this carpet with burnt bacon grease. We've got a 4K Ultra HD camera capturing the action up close. This stain is obliterated, all without bending or scrubbing. To have a stain professionally removed, you could spend hundreds. Or you could get Horsepower Bullshot, the no-nonsense stain remover for only $19.99. Bullshot comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. If you're not completely satisfied, send it back for a full refund, even if the can is empty. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait, order your Bullshot now.
To order, call 1-800-691-9531 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-691-9531 or visit buybullshot.com. Order now.
But over the years, as a pediatrician, as I was around more and more families that chose to raise their kids vaccine free, and I saw how healthy these kids are, and I wasn't seeing anyone being harmed by these infections, I started to realize early in my career, she might just very well be right. And so it really shifted my perspective. And I will say, my first kid, like most children, he seemed to handle vaccines just fine. A lot of kids are hardy, their immune systems and their nervous systems are resilient, and they go through the vaccines without any obvious harm. All right. And that's why when you're talking to people, maybe people who have vaccinated their kids and people who listen to your show, maybe they've already vaccinated their kids and their kids handled it okay. They're not really worried about vaccines. They're kind of wondering, well, why should I worry? What's the big deal with this conversation? The big deal is not everyone handles vaccines well. Some kids have terrible, very severe reactions. It's a minority of kids, but when it happens, it can be life-changing and very devastating for them. It can permanently injure them the rest of their life. And we don't know who those kids are. I don't know which kids it's going to happen to when I'm in my office counseling them. So when I'm not seeing anyone harmed by infection, but I am seeing kids harmed by vaccines, I present that dilemma to patients and help them understand that so that they can decide which risk are they more comfortable with. Yeah. Do they feel comfortable with the pharma risking vaccine reactions, or are they more comfortable just sort of going through a natural approach to life and accepting that very small infection risk that's inherent in life for everybody? What do they feel better about? Mm-hmm. And that's kind of what I try to educate them on.
And so if a parent does say, I want to do the pharma risk one, like I think I lean towards, I do want my child to get all vaccines or not. Do you kick them out of your office? Are they allowed to continue to be a patient? Do you judge them? What's your thought process on that?
Right. Yeah. Even though 99% of my patients don't vaccinate their babies in my office.
Is that like you're just estimating, or that is really 99%?
I would say it's about 99% raise their kids without vaccines in the first few years in my office. Some of those will go on to vaccinate later for school. And occasionally, 1 or 2 families will give their young baby 1 or 2 vaccines that they deem important enough to do. And that's kind of where my work is cut out for me, where I will guide them through that and help them understand, well, which vaccines might be worth doing for your baby and which ones aren't worth doing for your baby. So I help them narrow it down if they do want to vaccinate for a few things that they are really fearful of that their baby might catch. That's sort of what I spent my whole career doing, helping people whittle it down to the most important vaccines. But starting about 10 years ago, that really morphed into more and more people not even wanting to do even those vaccines, even those few that I had deemed somewhat important. Most of my patients, 99% of them, don't even want to do those.
Are wellness checkups necessary for a parent who is not vaccinating their child?
All those patients that I see that don't vaccinate, I bring them in about 2 or 3 times in the first year of their life for a wellness checkup. When they're born, when they're maybe 2 months old, and when they're about 6 to 9 months old. And then I might see them when they're 2 and 4 and 6 years old. I'll see them several times throughout their young childhood. I do find that very valuable. And as a pediatrician, raising all these natural kids, these kids are being raised completely natural, in every aspect of their life. They're so healthy. They never come in sick. When they are sick, it's very minor.
So you don't have a bunch of kids that are like jacked up on raw milk and listeria and all that?
No, I do have a lot of raw milk drinkers.
And they're doing great?
They're doing okay. Yeah. Parents ask me, are checkups necessary? And a lot of parents are worried that Child Protective Services is going to come after them if they don't do checkups.
Right. Like, do they need to have a record?
Right. Yeah. So I literally will have parents come in and say, I really don't think I need to be here, but I just need a paper trail showing that I've been a good parent and come into the doctor every now and then. So I do have some parents that do it for that reason. But as a pediatrician, I occasionally find something that's a health concern with a child that the parents wouldn't have known about.
What's the most common? Say
they're not growing well enough. They're a little shorter than they typically should be, or maybe their nutrition isn't great, or they might have intestinal problems that I need to kind of help them solve, whether they're constipated or have a lot of food allergies, or a lot of food allergies giving them unhealthy intestinal symptoms. But I think as a pediatrician, what I love about my job most is 99% of those kids that come through are perfectly healthy.
Do you have friends who are just like, this is probably not the exact medical term, but like normal pediatricians and you compare notes about like your patients and what they deal with and their patients and who has sicker patients, the typical vaccinated ones versus the unvaccinated ones?
I do have some of those pediatricians that I used to be friends with, but what I like to do is I like to compare my practice from when I first started, because I was one of those pediatricians that gave infants a number of vaccines.
Oh
yeah.
Your own numbers. Okay. So tell us about that.
Yeah. So my own numbers from the first 10 years of my practice were that I used to give patients some of the most important vaccines against whooping cough and meningitis, sometimes measles, pneumonia vaccines. I used to give vaccines against some of the worst diseases for babies. And I had a lot of, I would say probably 3/4 of my patients used to do those vaccines. This was back in the late 90s and the early 2000s. And I did have an office full of sick kids. Like the end of every day, I'd see between 5 and 10 kids with ear infections, sinus infections, tonsil infections, fevers. I used to dread the end of every day because it was really draining on spending 6 hours doing a bunch of checkups, and then you have a waiting room full of 10 sick kids to see at the end of the day. Now I sit around and kind of twiddle my thumbs at the end of every day.
No way.
And be happy that I get to leave an hour early because maybe one kid shows up because they have a fever or their ear hurts or something. And I still have just as many patients, but kids are not getting sick like they used to. And
at least your patients.
At least my patients. But research has shown that to be true, though. Anyone who's published a study that has compared the frequency of illnesses and allergies and learning disorders and a bunch of different chronic illnesses in kids who vaccinate compared to kids who don't vaccinate, there's this strange mystery that the kids who are raised completely naturally have a much lower rate of all of these common childhood illnesses and conditions, much, much lower. I mean, I've never examined that scientifically in my office, so I don't know it's true, but I do know it's true that 25 years ago when I started, my practice was one way, and now it's a completely different way. And I suspect that it's because a naturally raised immune system is going to be a healthier immune system that works better and fights off illness even better. So that when you are exposed to all these common childhood colds and flu and COVID and all these things that kids, catch every year, their immune systems are designed to handle them, and they do. And they don't have the ear infection complications and the pneumonia and sinus infections and tonsil infections nearly as much. I can't say for sure scientifically it's true in my patients until I actually produce data on that and analyze it. But other doctors that have done that,
they see the same?
Yes, that's what it shows. And just my own sort of unscientific observation is that it does seem to be true.
Is it accurate to say that medical students today are being told that vaccines are 100% necessary and also 100% harmless?
Yes.
And does the science prove that?
No.
How can they teach that in medical school?
In medical school, I actually learned almost nothing about vaccines. We learned very, very little. I'm not even sure what they teach people today in medical school about vaccines. I know 28 years ago, when I went to Georgetown, we had about as much vaccine lectures as we did nutrition lectures.
I knew you were going to say nutrition. How many days in your entire med school career did you spend on food?
Yeah, we probably spent half of an afternoon.
That's it.
On
That's
nutrition.
it. This is just mind blowing to me.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to like pharmaceutical drugs, how much of your med school career do you think you spent on that?
Oh, we have a year-long course called pharmacology.
Okay.
We learn everything about medicine, everything about drugs.
This is the corruption. This is the corruption that makes absolutely no sense.
Liver health is important, but do you know how important it is? What I have been doing that I have been really loving has been taking a shot of dose every single morning. It's so easy to be consistent with because it tastes really, really good. Here is to liver health.
Cooking rice just isn't nice.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is Perfect Cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeals, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. And with a ceramic, ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1-2-3 recipe guide, all for just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. Order now.
1-800-575-5956.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are powerful, lightweight, and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. Plus, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. You get a free portable charging case, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, free shipping, and a 45-day money-back guarantee.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System. a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Immediately, no BS, thought about you, who's just 24/7 flooding the zone, back to my 13-year-old, owning this space, every day getting a convert. And then I'm thinking about, we're going to stand back and watch you run circles around us.
He said it best at Turning Point USA. We're relentless. We're changing minds on campuses every semester, defending conservative values, and fighting for America's future. Your donation helps keep us on campus. Join the movement and donate to TPUSA today.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Again, you can donate anytime you want, tpusa.com. You can also find out where any of our events are taking place. We've been plugging the YWLS, Young Women's Leadership Summit, that's happening next month in Dallas. We're also plugging the SAS Summit, the Student Action Summit, in Tampa, Florida, that is in July. Also, tons of other events that are going on. Don't miss any of them. tpusa.com, where you can donate and find any of the fantastic events that we've got going around the country. Also, you can email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. You can email whether you agree or whether you're wrong. If your email is bigoted and hatred, we might actually read it on the show. You never know. It's Friday. I recognize that we're probably beating a dead horse here with continually talking about the New York Attorney General, Letitia James. I just think it's the funniest story, though. And there's another happening that happened. Great verbiage there, Joe Bob. There's another instance that took place at a town hall in which Letitia James was confronted. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Let me play you this video, and then we will discuss on the other side. This is Letitia James, the person who probably committed fraud, allegedly. The FBI is now looking into it. She said President Trump committed fraud. He clearly did not. There were no victims, but she actually might have. This is the result of a confrontation with her in a town hall. Watch this.
Yes, my question is for Tush James. Will you apologize to President Trump for wasting millions of dollars and the state of New York for a witch trial? And how does it feel to know that you will be in prison for mortgage fraud?
We want to thank him for coming. We respect all opinions. Everybody knows those allegations are baseless. They're discredited. And so we want to thank him.
There's so much going on in that clip in a very short 45 seconds. First of all, the question is valid. Are you going to apologize to President Trump? Because remember when you had a judge value his Mar-a-Lago property at $18 million? If I could ever buy Mar-a-Lago for $18 million, I would do it in a heartbeat. Do I have $18 million? No. But I could find investors immediately because that thing is $100 million at least. At least. Also, why did he leave? Right. So this guy asked this gotcha question. It totally was kind of proving a point. He wasn't actually looking for a specific answer. And I understand that. That's how things work sometimes at these town hall meetings. But he starts to leave on his own if we watched it. But then security starts to escort him out. That's what I don't understand. What if he just sat back down? Would they have escorted him out? It's not like he said something grotesque or inappropriate or anything like that. He's legitimately asking what I consider an honest question. I don't know why he then had 2 security guards escorting him out of the building. That seems weird, especially for someone like Letitia James, who says, well, we welcome all opinions. We love all opinions so long as they agree 100% with us. I think the last thing here is, and again, I realize that we are covering this really, really hard. It's so juicy and good. I love it. The baseless claims. Oh, they're baseless claims. There's no evidence whatsoever from your handwriting allegedly signed allegedly that the DOJ has and is looking further into that. interesting. I wonder what has a base in your world. Is it a victimless crime where everybody involved is happy with the deal, as it was in President Trump's trial with Letitia James? I don't know. Just let me know what has a base to form a claim on Miss James. We don't have time for this next clip. We'll play it on Monday. That's going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. Hey, thanks so much for tuning in. Really appreciate you doing so. Have a great weekend. Maybe unplug from the news a little bit. Spend some time with family. Don't get so bothered with things going on in the world. We will see you Monday. Have a great weekend. Charlie's going to take us out. God bless America.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
As you get older, your liver health becomes an increasingly important part of the aging process. We created Dose for your liver to make taking care of your liver easy. Dose is an organic blend of liver-supporting ingredients and is clinically backed to promote healthy liver function so that nothing's holding you back.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Attention homeowners. Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Is the bank threatening to take your home? Is your home worth less than you owe? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to call this number right now.
Call 800-714-8615.
You have to be ready for the psychological op, and here is how the op will work. The op will be very clear. American Pope challenges, rebukes President Trump on immigration. And I always have to pause and laugh. And I have to admittedly do a better job of this on college campuses when the deconstructionists show up. The deconstructionists show up who are not Christian, who are not even believing in God, and they want to challenge me about what the Bible says about some very specific verse that they don't even believe in. And this is what's going to happen with the Pope, is that you're going to have liberal left-wing journalists, media members, and politicians to say, by the way, I'm not Christian and I hate your religion, but you should listen to the Pope because he agrees with me politically. The headline is going to say on CNN.com, the American Pope says you have to love migrants. That means you have to support open borders. There's pressure on the left when their people of faith are rebuked on abortion or transgenderism or something that is a lot more morally clear-cut than immigration laws. And if we're honest, immigration is a very complicated topic in the Bible. It's very very complicated. You don't get to just pick and choose your talking points that help the left. For example, in Acts 17, the Bible affirms national boundaries. From one man, he made every nation, and he marked out their appointed times in history and the boundaries of their lands. We know that love requires order. In 1 Corinthians 14:40, it says, "Let all things be done decently and in order." We know that we must have the stewardship of resources. 1 Corinthians 4:2. It is required of stewards that they found faithful. A nation overwhelmed by mass migration cannot serve its people or even the new arrivals. And we know that God has established borders in the entire book of Nehemiah. Nehemiah wept over Jerusalem's broken walls and worked to rebuild them. Why? Because secure walls symbolized, you could say, dignity, identity, and God's providence and protection. Nehemiah 2:13 says, quote, "I went out by night and I inspected the walls of Jerusalem that were broken down." Now understand that compassion and control are not always opposites. Welcoming in a stranger when you have the capacity to do so is of course biblical and loving, when it benefits your own people. It says also in the end of Deuteronomy, there is a warning about that if you allow too many people into your nation, they will become your masters. But also in the context of order, vetting, and purpose. The conclusion of all this is that you must understand that unlike abortion or transgenderism or marriage, immigration takes a little bit of nuance. It takes a little bit of study. But what is going to be coming down the pike, I guarantee it, is a psychological media operation and narrative to try to say, oh, there's an American Pope, therefore you must stop the deportations. There's an American Pope, therefore you must stop building the wall. You must open up your entire country. And of course, the easy, simple, but quite honestly true statement is, are they going to take down the walls of the Vatican? I don't think so. But more importantly, they're going to try to divide and destabilize and use whatever the Pope says as a way to slow down the sovereignty movement of the West. The Pope definitely, amongst Catholics, carries extra legitimacy. Catholics believe that he was selected by the Holy Spirit yesterday. They believe the Holy Spirit, which is God, was the reason that Mr. Prevost became Pope Leo XIV. I'm not here to criticize or even debate Catholics' view of that. I don't share that view. But because of it, the Pope has a lot of soft political and theological power. And since the Pope has a lot of soft and political theological power, his statements will be used to slow down populism in the West. And let's think about it. Populism is the great threat to the globalist World Economic Forum order, as we've seen in countries like Argentina, in countries like Hungary, increasingly in Germany. France has had its little dance with it. In Italy. In some ways, this selection, whether intentional or unintentional, and I'm not going to get into the weeds of criticizing it by any means. It will be used. This is a fact. Whether or not it was the intent or not is irrelevant because we can never know. It will be used as a way to slow down populism and nationalism. As to try to say, look, I am from America. I am from the greatest country. You see, one of the ways that people were able to delegitimize what Pope Francis had to say is, he's Argentinian. He's Marxist. He's from this other country. But if he's from Chicago, which again, come on. But if he's from America, because let's be honest, America is the central player of the world dynamic right now. And unfortunately, this Pope will probably say a lot of great things on abortion and transgenderism that will be totally ignored. He'll probably go on and on and on with encyclicals about how abortion is terrible and transgenderism is terrible. The media won't cover that. But then he'll say one thing as such as, well, we need to love the stranger and bring in the foreigner. Boom, front page. Donald Trump rebuked by America's Pope. Be ready for the op and don't fall for it when it comes. And I said this yesterday, the one thing I think that's been lacking from popes of this era, John Paul II spoke out against Marxism, and he did a wonderful job of it. Now it's time for a pope to speak out against Mohammedanism, and Marxism that is coming throughout the West. If he does that, I will be his biggest fan. But understand the op that they're going to play. Congratulations to all Catholics, and you are living through history of the first American pope. But be wise as a serpent, gentle as a dove, but wise as a serpent, prudent in all things, and know what is coming next.
The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
Oh my gosh.
Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost has chosen the name of Leo XIV.
This morning, I'm thrilled to announce that we've reached a breakthrough trade deal with the United Kingdom. It's really, in particular, the agreement with one of our closest and most cherished allies. And we're so happy that that's the way it worked out.
When I joined the administration early on, they said, one of the initiatives that we're pursuing is to increase efficiency in government. And for example, they said, one of the things we want you to look at is consolidation. Can you take, for example, what today are 4 jobs and just give them all to one person? And I said, that sounds like a great idea. We just do that all across the government. Little did I know they just meant me. But it's always flattering to receive an award and be recognized. You were Speaker, you were a member of the Senate, you were the chairman of this, you're now Secretary of State, and the National Security Advisor, and the acting archivist, and the acting USAID director. So it's always great to, and the Surgeon General. No, I'm kidding. I'm not that.
Expressing a false gender identity divergent from an individual's sex cannot satisfy the rigorous standards necessary for military service. We agree, and so we implemented that policy. It was challenged in court, and of course, we appealed. And 2 days ago at the Supreme Court, our policy was upheld. And so we're going to continue to advance that policy here at the Defense Department. So, in accordance with policy now reinstated, service members who have a current diagnosis or history of or exhibit symptoms consistent with gender dysphoria may elect to separate voluntarily. There's a timeline here, and then eventually involuntarily.
How close are you to more deals, and when do you expect the next to be announced?
Well, very close. We have numerous deals. Every country throughout the last 40, 50 years has literally ripped off the United States, and we are now making fair deals.
Planned Parenthood. At this point, almost everybody in the nation knows what they do. The nation's most notorious abortion provider has made a point that they're much more than simply a facility to accommodate abortions. They've made the point that they are about reproductive health, that they help in women's health. On the Planned Parenthood website, it reads they proudly provide gender-affirming care, including estrogen hormone therapy, testosterone hormone therapy, puberty blockers, surgery referrals, and transition support.
What's your total deportation so far?
Well over 100,000. We're going to increase worksite enforcement. Because of Sanctuary Cities policy, what we're going to do with Sanctuary Cities, we're going to flood the zone. So if one agent can't arrest one bad guy in jail and they choose to release him in the community, it means I can send a whole team to look for him. So in Sanctuary Cities, we're going to flood the zones with agents. If we can't take them in the jail, if we should, the safety and security of jail, then we'll go to the community and find them. And that takes a lot of people. So if we can't arrest them in the jail, we'll arrest them in the community. If we can't find them in the community,
night, we'll arrest them at the work site. We're going to increase work site investigations, too.
I love Democrats who are now, like, all concerned about air traffic control. They spent $1.2 trillion in the Biden era, Buttigieg era, $1.2 trillion on American infrastructure, and they didn't spend anything on air traffic control, and they knew it was getting old and needed a massive rebuild. They didn't do it.
The systems were developed when Elvis was a star. Rolling Stones were a star.
Goodness.
When Duran Duran was making music, when we go back to the 60s and 70s, we laid out a lot of the infrastructure. It looks like it was from, remember the movie War Games or Apollo 13? It looks like equipment from the movie sets, but it's not. It's the equipment that we use in American air traffic control towers.
The other problem, Scott, is that it's never enough. It's bathrooms today. It's sports today. It's sports tomorrow. It's the military today.
No, it's also sports today, by the way.
Yeah, it is sports today. And
80% of Americans agree about it.
Oh, that's fine. And 80%, guess what? The majority sometimes is wrong. That also happens, right? Because the majority used to believe that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was somebody who was a threat, that somebody who was not a good American. The majority of people used to be against civil rights. Were they right? No, they weren't.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're going to build a body you can be proud of.
You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Parents, America's faith is fading. Schools are pushing out God, leaving our kids adrift. We created the Kids Guide to Our One Nation Under God so you can share the faith and heritage that built our nation. And right now, you can get it for free at freegodbundle.com. That's freegodbundle.com.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country, happy Friday. Honored to be with you as always. Soon, momentarily, as soon as this program ends, we will be on campus at University of California, Riverside for the finale of our campus tour. It's been an amazing, amazing campus season. In fact, we should show all the pictures. Billions of views. I think we should get the entire view total and the picture total once our team gets past the show. There's a lot of work that goes into the show, and the team does a great job. Yesterday, of course, the news was that we have a new pope. We don't just have a pope from America. We have a Chicago pope. Pretty remarkable. Newly elected Pope Leo the 14th. It's from Chicago, an American pope. And it is fair to say all eyes are on America now, with President Trump's shocking return to the White House and with Pope Leo the 14th. Now, I know what you're all thinking. Chicago got a pope before a quarterback that can throw 4,000 yards a season. I know. Pretty remarkable. Now, all eyes are on America. And while I'm very encouraged by this specific pope's prior comments on the sanctity of life, which is great, I am a little worried that there's going to be a tension point. What is the number one ingredient for what the globalist left-wingers want? I'm not even calling Leo a globalist. I'm not even saying the Catholic Church. I'm saying, what is the number one thing that has remade our world the last 20 years? It is mass migration. Mass migration is the primary ingredient towards destabilization. The left will seize on anything he says to create tension. This is a very important point. And I'm trying to see 2 or 3 steps ahead. Anything that he says. And I can almost guarantee you that the Pope will have far more liberal views on immigration than all of you in this audience. I can almost guarantee it. You have to be ready for the psychological op, and here is how the op will work. The op will be very clear. American Pope challenges, rebukes President Trump on immigration. And I always have to pause and laugh. And this is, I have to admittedly do a better job of this on college campuses when the deconstructionists show up. The deconstructionists show up who are not Christian, who are not even believing in God, and they want to challenge me about what the Bible says about some very specific verse that they don't even believe in. And this is what's going to happen with the Pope, is that you're going to have liberal, left-wing journalists, media members, and politicians to say, by the way, I'm not Christian and I hate your religion, but you should listen to the Pope because he agrees with me politically. The headline is going to say on CNN.com, the American Pope says you have to love migrants. That means you have to support open borders. There's pressure on the left when their people of faith are rebuked on abortion or transgenderism or something that is a lot more morally clear-cut than immigration laws. And if we're honest, immigration is a very complicated topic in the Bible. It's very very complicated. You don't get to just pick and choose your talking points that help the left. For example, in Acts 17, the Bible affirms national boundaries. From one man, he made every nation, and he marked out their appointed times in history and the boundaries of their lands. We know that love requires order. In 1 Corinthians 14:40, it says, let all things be done decently and in order. We know that we must have the stewardship of resources, 1 Corinthians 4:2. It is required of stewards that they found faithful. A nation overwhelmed by mass migration cannot serve its people or even the new arrivals. And we know that God has established borders in the entire book of Nehemiah. Nehemiah wept over Jerusalem's broken walls and worked to rebuild them. Why? Because secure walls symbolized, you could say, dignity, identity, and God's providence and protection. Nehemiah 2:13 says, quote, I went out by night and I inspected the walls of Jerusalem that were broken down. Now understand that compassion and control are not always opposites. Welcoming in a stranger when you have the capacity to do so is of course biblical and loving, when it benefits your own people. It says also in the end of Deuteronomy, there is a warning about that if you allow too many people into your nation, they will become your masters. But also in the context of order, vetting, and purpose. The conclusion of all this is that you must understand that unlike abortion or transgenderism or marriage, immigration takes a little bit of nuance. It takes a little bit of study. But what is going to be coming down the pike, I guarantee it, is a psychological media operation and narrative to try to say, oh, there's an American Pope, therefore you must stop the deportations. There's an American Pope, therefore you must stop building the wall. You must open up your entire country. And of course, the easy, simple, but quite honestly true statement is, are they going to take down the walls of the Vatican? I don't think so. But more importantly, they're going to try to divide and destabilize and use whatever the Pope says as a way to slow down the sovereignty movement of the West. The Pope definitely, amongst Catholics, carries extra legitimacy. Catholics believe that he was selected by the Holy Spirit yesterday. They believe the Holy Spirit, which is God, was the reason that Mr. Prevost became Pope Leo XIV. I'm not here to criticize or even debate Catholics' view of that. I don't share that view. But because of it, the Pope has a lot of soft political and theological power. And since the Pope has a lot of soft and political theological power, his statements will be used to slow down populism in the West. And let's think about it. Populism is the great threat to the globalist World Economic Forum order, as we've seen in countries like Argentina, in countries like Hungary, increasingly in Germany. France has had its little dance with it. In Italy. In some ways, this selection, whether intentional or unintentional, and I'm not going to get into the weeds of criticizing it by any means, it will be used. This is a fact. Whether or not it was the intent or not is irrelevant because we can never know. It will be used as a way to slow down populism and nationalism. As to try to say, look, I am from America, I am from the greatest country. You see, one of the ways that people were able to delegitimize what Pope Francis had to say is, he's Argentinian, he's Marxist, he's from this other country. But if he's from Chicago, which again, come on, but if he's from America, because let's be honest, America is the central player of the world dynamic right now. And unfortunately, this Pope will probably say a lot of great things on abortion and transgenderism that will be totally ignored. He'll probably go on and on and on with encyclicals about how abortion is terrible and transgenderism is terrible. The media won't cover that. But then he'll say one thing as such as, well, we need to love the stranger and bring in the foreigner. Boom, front page. Donald Trump rebuked by America's Pope. Be ready for the op and don't fall for it when it comes. And I said this yesterday, the one thing I think that's been lacking from popes of this era, John Paul II spoke out against Marxism, and he did a wonderful job of it. Now it's time for a pope to speak out against Mohammedism, and Marxism that is coming throughout the West. If he does that, I will be his biggest fan. But understand the op that they're going to play. Congratulations to all Catholics, and you are living through history of the first American Pope. But be wise as a serpent, gentle as a dove, but wise as a serpent, prudent in all things, and know what is coming next. PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. That is Patriot Mobile. Make the switch today. Patriot Mobile is an amazing way that you guys can get better cell phone service while actually supporting your values. Go to PatriotMobile.com/Charlie. Don't wait. Do it today. Join Patriot Mobile because it is the way to have your cell phone bill in alignment with your values. Patriot Mobile is one of the few cell phone services that operates on all three major networks. They offer coverage guarantee that others cannot. What are you waiting for? It's time to rejoin Patriot Mobile right now. Support family, faith, and freedom with every call and text you make. Don't wait. Do it today. Go to PatriotMobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT. Use promo code Charlie and get a free month of service. We'll be right back with Senator Mark Rain Mullen.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Hey guys, you got carpet stains like this? Well, you need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new carpet stain remover and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and the odor goes away. Why bend over and scrub? That's back-breaking work. Stand up to stains and odors and let Bullshot do the hard work of carpet and upholstery cleaning for you. You love your pets, but when Fido has an accident, you better have Bullshot. This black light shows every drop of that urine stain, but Bullshot quickly eliminates that stain. The secret is an advanced foam action formula that penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors, lifting them from the fiber, with a formula safe for kids and pets. And it's made in the USA. Ever accidentally spill red wine on your carpet? I can shoot from the hip with pinpoint accuracy. Bullshot is like spraying an eraser on your floor. That stain is gone for good. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Just point and shoot. It instantly and easily erases these blood stains, makeup, fruit juice, coffee, and more. This sticky juice stain is deep into this couch. Bullshot, it gets right down into those crevices and has the couch looking like new again. Still skeptical? Watch this. I'm staining this carpet with burnt bacon grease. We've got a 4K Ultra HD camera capturing the action up close. This stain is obliterated, all without bending or scrubbing. To have a stain professionally removed, you could spend hundreds. Or you could get Horsepower Bullshot, the no-nonsense stain remover for only $19.99. Bullshot comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. If you're not completely satisfied, send it back for a full refund, even if the can is empty. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait. Order your Bullshot now.
To order, call 1-800-691-9531 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-691-9531 or visit buybullshot.com. Order now.
From the campus to the car, the bullhorn to the microphone, it's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. In a second, we have Senator Markwayne Mullin. A lot to talk about as he joins the program. But we have our campus finale tour. That's right, our finale at University of California, Riverside today. So if you hear my voice, it's not too late, by the way, for you to come by. If you hear the voice right now, we are live, I believe, on the Inland Empire, which broadcasts in Riverside. If you want to come by and say hello, drive over to University of California, Riverside, park, and come by and say hello. It's going to be right there. It's right off the 215. You guys know where it is, UC Riverside. And, yeah, look, if you're in the Inland Empire, it's not too far away. Let me tell you guys more about the sponsor and the underwriter of the campus tour. It's YRefi. It's YRefi.com, YREFY.com. Check it out right now. YRefi does not care what your credit score is about student loan refinancing. YRefi can reduce your monthly payment and guarantees interest rates under 6%, ensuring affordability and financial relief. YRefi offers a 3-minute rate check without any credit impact. Bad credit is expected, and do you have a co-borrower? Well, YRefi can get them released from the loan, and you can give mom or dad a break. Call 888-YRefi-34 or log on to YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com. It may not be available in all 50 states. YRefi.com. Stay right there. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Bitcoin.com studios. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Joining us now is a friend of the show and great American patriot, Senator Markwayne Mullin from the great state of Oklahoma. Senator, great to see you. I know there's lots we have to cover here, the UK trade deal, Trump nominees. However, I know you want to take an opportunity to clarify something. I did not even see this clip, but I imagine this is something you want to try to clarify. Senator, please, the floor is yours.
Well, I don't even know if it's worth clarifying, Charlie, because I was on a different show, on the Benny Johnson show, and I was just giving a lay of the land on Ed Martin, just saying, the situation we're running up against, it's going to be difficult. I was very positive when we were talking about Pete, we were talking about Tulsi, Bobby, Cash. I said from the get-go, every time we talked, we will get them across the finish line. My job is to understand the feel of the conference, to understand where everybody's at. And I was very straight on the show by saying, hey, it's going to be difficult. I'm not sure we can get it done. I'm not saying we can't, but it's not definitely a sure deal, just because some hard feelings from people about some of his comments on January 6th. That didn't reflect mine. I mean, there was people that was absolutely scared to death on January 6th. I never felt like I was ever going to die. It wasn't the most dramatic period of my life ever. But I think somebody just took it out of context. However, you know me as good as anybody. I stand solid with President Trump. I haven't wavered a bit. I've been pushing his nominees all the time. And the president wanted to continue to push Ed Martin. We would have continued to push. until we ran out of steam. In this case, I think, honestly, Ed might have found a better position by putting him in special counsel. I mean, I think you said something about this. Liz, be careful what you wish for, because he's going to be uncovering your dirty secrets.
Yeah, in some ways, another monster might have been created. And Ed Martin is a great man. I'll defend him. And it's too bad he's not a DC U.S. attorney. But now, for everyone to understand, the breaking news is now Judge Jeanine has been announced as the temporary DC U.S. attorney, who's going to be quite a fighter, too. I'll tell you what. Just really quick to kind of close that topic, and we can move on to other stuff. Do you anticipate Judge Jeanine to be welcomed by the U.S. Senate? Do you anticipate any problems there?
No, if she becomes the choice the president pushed forward with, more than likely she will be. I don't see any reason why she shouldn't just fly right on through. I think what's going to be her biggest holdup is the paperwork. You're familiar with the paperwork. The paperwork process. Oh yeah, no, it's a financial colonoscopy. Yes. Oh, Beth, I like that. I'm going to use that from now on. But it takes forever. So she'll have to stay in this position for a little bit. But I don't think there's going to be any problem confirming her at all. I mean, we did just a real quick, what do you call opposition research, just to make sure we wasn't missing anything. And she's solid. I mean, obviously she said a lot of stuff that the libs are going to blow out of proportion. But I don't think there's any issue at all getting her confirmed.
So Senator, let's now we only have 2 minutes in this segment here. I want to now shift gears here to the United Kingdom trade deal. I think that we're going to see more and more trade deals come down. And I know that a lot of folks that you represent in Oklahoma have been wanting to see, hey, are we going to be able to export our products? Talk about President Trump's brilliant approach to try to open up American exports and how that applies to the people of Oklahoma and the entire country.
Well, first of all, the president's approach was spot on by not trying to do one country at a time, but by doing all countries at a time, putting everybody on notice. Otherwise, you would just played whack-a-mole. Every time you worked a deal out with somebody else, they would just win around you by getting another country to bring their product into the United States. By the president focusing on everybody at once, putting everybody on notice, and then telling the UK he wanted them to be first in, he delivered a trade deal that everybody else is going to start looking to. You're going to start seeing the dominoes fall now. Keep in mind, people need to do business with the United States more than we need to do business with them. Our economy has stood up. Europe has stood up, UK has stood up, China, all of Asia, and a lot of countries in Africa because of different wars around the world over different times. And we have subsidized them. Literally, we have sent trillions of dollars out of our economy and pushed their way. We've allowed manufacturing jobs to leave. And President Trump's the first president to ever have truly the backbone to say we're going to do something and shake up things. And what happened yesterday? The market responded ridiculously well. You're going to continue to see these trade deals come back in. And everybody in Oklahoma knew that. Now, you take the left media, and they're going to tell you the doomsday is and everything's falling and we're in recession. They sure didn't report about yesterday about how good the market did and about everybody reversing their comments about we're headed to a recession. But in Oklahoma, even as I traveled around the state, even as I talked to my constituents, I'm telling you, they all appreciated President Trump because we knew where he was going. And if anybody's going to deal, they can.
Senator Mark Wayne Mullen continues after the break. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back.
Tired of the hassle and high costs of selling a home? We can help. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent that'll sell your home fast for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We got the top dollar for our house and the lowest commission that I could have imagined. The house sold in 2 days. It was so exciting for us.
Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full-body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. The new Pope, Leo XIV, is in the middle of his first full day on the job. He started it by celebrating his first Mass as the head of the Catholic Church. 69-year-old former Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost is the first ever American Pope. Taking the True Social after the Chicago-born pontiff was introduced Thursday, President Trump welcomed him, writing, "It is such an honor to realize that he is the first American Pope. What excitement and what a great honor for our country. I look forward to meeting Pope Leo XIV. It will be a very meaningful moment." In the meantime, the new Pope began his first homily before his fellow cardinals in English.
I'll begin with a word in English, and the rest is in Italian. But I want to repeat the words from the responsorial psalm. I will sing a new song to the Lord because he has done marvels. And indeed, not just with me, but with all of us, my brother cardinals, as we celebrate this morning, I invite you to recognize the marvels that the Lord has done, the blessings that the Lord continues to pour out upon all of us.
During the Pope's Mass, 2 women read from the scriptures, which many believe suggest that Leo XIV will give women greater participation in the church. Tax day may have passed, but for millions of Americans, the real trouble is just now beginning. If you happen to miss the April 15th deadline, or if you still owe back taxes, the IRS is really ramping up enforcement. Every single day you wait only makes things worse. With over 5,000 new tax liens filed every day and tools like property seizures, bank levies, and wage garnishments, the IRS is applying pressure at levels that we haven't seen in years. Increased administrative scrutiny means that collections are moving fast, but there is good news. There's still time for Tax Network USA to help. Self-employed or a business owner? Well, even if your books are a mess, they've got you covered. Tax Network USA specializes in cleaning up financial chaos and getting you back on track fast. Even after the deadline, it's not too late to regain control. Your consultation is completely free, and acting now could stop penalties, threatening letters, and surprise levies before they escalate.
Make some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. I want to tell you about, we're here at the Bitcoin.com mobile studio. I'm about to go on campus at University of California, Riverside. So if you can hear my voice on radio in KRLA or in KTIE, the Inland Empire, and you want to come by University of California, Riverside, please come by. I'll be there in a couple hours at high noon is when the event local begins. Local, that is local, which would be 3 Eastern, well after this program. Let me tell you about Hillsdale College. Hillsdale College is amazing. It's charlieforhillsdale.com. That is charlieforhillsdale.com. History, economics, the great works of literature. Did you study these things in school? Probably not. Or even if you did, maybe it's time for an enjoyable refresher. Hillsdale College is offering more than 40 free online courses, including their newest course on totalitarian novels. In this free 8-lecture course, you'll learn from Hillsdale College President Larry Arnn as he goes in depth on 4 novels, 1984, Brave New World, Darkness at Noon, and That Hideous Strength. Even though these novels were written in the 1930s and 40s, they're highly relevant today as they show what a tyrannical government does to human nature. More importantly, they can show us that faith, family, and friends are worth fighting for. Maybe you read these books a long time ago in school. Maybe you've heard others talk about them. Well, let Hillsdale College help you make the most of them. Right now, go to charlieforhillsdale.com to enroll. That's CHARLIE for Hillsdale.com. There's no cost, and it's very easy to get started. That's charlieforhillsdale.com, charlieforhillsdale.com. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen continues with us. So, Senator, I know that there's been a lot of proposals being sent by the White House about this reconciliation bill. I have an unusual question and approach here. Let's just say opinion. So the White House, President Trump was calling Speaker Johnson saying, hey, you should be considering possibly raising the top tax rate to 40%. Now, I'm in no way, shape, or form I like paying higher taxes. I can't stand it, actually. I pay enough taxes to the federal government. And I say this because our program is doing very well, and the podcast is as hot as a pistol, praise God, and our radio show is doing well. So I'll be at the top tax bracket, so praise God. So I'll be at the top tax bracket, and I'll be honest, Senator, I'm okay with, begrudgingly okay, going to 40% at the top tax bracket if it comes with serious spending cuts and if the middle class gets a tax cut. Now, the reason I pose that is there any willingness for that amongst the conference, or is there going to be an overly ideological view of no tax cuts under own circumstances? Because I could go on further about that, but to be perfectly honest, I think our debt and deficit is worthy of trying to strike a deal of, okay, you pay a little bit more in taxes, no one likes that, but we get serious spending cuts. Where are we at, and what do you think of that approach, Senator?
So I hate raising taxes, to be honest with you. The D.C. doesn't need any more taxes up here. We need to figure out how to control our spending. But if you want to break this down, right now that top bracket is around 37%. What they're proposing is going to 39.4 or 39.8. So might as well say 40%. What that is for, it's not necessarily to change the brackets below us. It's to keep all the brackets actually where they're at today. But it's going to go in and do the no tax, no tips, no tax on manufacturing overtime, and no tax on Social Security. So we have to offset those if we're going to pay down the deficit, actually have the we need. And you just don't have room in there. If you're going to do $1.5 trillion in cut, and by the way, this will be for the fiscal year of FY26, not like Congress typically does. We're going to have a 10-year spending reduction and we're never going to get it. This is actually for next year. So if you're going to do that, you've got to offset it someplace. So you start looking at deductions, depreciation rates, deferred interest. You start looking at where you can grab it at. The people that are probably okay with it the most, unfortunately, are people that sit in tax brackets. My wife and I have been very blessed in our life. This isn't my livelihood. This is what I get to do. We also hit that top tax bracket too. So adding another 2% to pay for people that are probably struggling. I mean, if you're dependent on Social Security, you're probably that is a big hit to have to pay taxes on that. If you're dependent on the tips, that's a big hit for you. I mean, my wife and I own restaurants. Most of those people were working as hard as they could, and they needed all that tip money they could. And the manufacturing, when you start looking at an overtime on manufacturing, we're going to have a lot of catching up to do. And it's going to come through manufacturing. So to be able to do that I'm okay with it. And then cut deduction at the same time. I'm on the same page with you, Charlie.
Yeah, and again, you and I both are the top tax bracket. Is it going to be a life ender for us? It'll be annoying. I'll just be honest. Okay, I have to write more. Write a bigger check to the federal government. Is it going to upend our quality of life? No, it's not. Do I think we should get in the practice of constantly raising taxes on top income earners? No. In a different circumstance, I would be arguing actually for less taxes on wealthy people if we were not on the verge of a fiscal and financial apocalypse. It is a trade-off. Ultimately, America's broke. We are broke, and we should act like it. And therefore, I think that if we can have a deal where middle-class people can pay less because they've been totally crushed. Middle-class people have been so crushed by this economy, by Biden, by inflation, and we have to pay a little bit more, and then we get spending cuts. But what would be disappointing, Senator, is if we raise taxes on people like you and I, and there is no spending cuts that also come alongside of it. That would be all of that political capital for nothing. Your thoughts, Senator, and then finally one other element. I do actually think this would be enormously popular with the American people. And let's also remember, again, I hate doing like the politics of vindication, but that's not what this is. The wealthiest 1%, we're unusual, Senator. Most of them actually voted for Kamala Harris. The wealthiest counties in America almost all voted for Democrats. They're increasingly the coastal elite. So what spending cuts do you think we will get and that we can't expect? Not just the DOGE stuff, but real significant spending reform to try to get the deficit under $1 trillion.
So, first of all, under $1 trillion sounds ridiculous. We need to balance the budget, but that's accurate. There's a couple of things that we need to be looking at that I would like to see if we're going to raise the taxes on anybody. To say once we got the debt, once we get the budget balanced, that we start using tariffs to start paying off the national debt, and then at some point when we get our spending under control, then we're able to go in there and lower the tax brackets for everybody, use the tariffs that are coming in to offset that cost of lost revenue from the taxes. Just my thought. Now, some real cuts we can have. You know, when we start looking at reforms, you have to start looking at the size of government. You know, we have been a bloated government since for decades, but really since COVID. If you start looking at the numbers, the amount of employees we hired post-COVID, if we can go back to 2019 employment rates, and then you start understanding the amount of technology that we can install to help offset that. I mean, every company in America right now is using technology to cut their payroll to some degree, and then the ones that are there, they're able to raise the money or raise the not the money, but raise the profitability of the company to be able to reinvest and continue to grow. So if we're going to use that same technology, use it inside the government. So what we're looking at real hard is investing in technology, being able to bring down the bloated workforce by 5 to 10%. And then we're able to use technology to go in there and expose the waste and the fraud that's through every one of these agencies. And President Trump is leading this by putting the DOGE personnel in place to be able to audit these agencies, and they're fighting tooth and nail. Why? Because you have entrenched people that are working in a very cush job that wasn't even have to show up the last 3 years, and the top earners are making $300,000 to $350,000 a year. Which great, I'm glad you're able to make good money, but work for your position. And we haven't seen government working for the people, so we need to change our direction and make sure we get laser focused on delivering it and still run lean and mean.
Last thought here, Senator, then I'll let you run. And I'm just told that the rescission vote died in the House. We're going to track that in real time. But so I was on the phone yesterday with some high-ranking House Republicans, and they say, Charlie, we can't put defunding Planned Parenthood in the rescission package or reconciliation bill because of the midterms. And I got very upset. I said, listen, we are in May of a new year, and we just had an election. And I have to now hear that you do not want to do something you were elected to do because of the midterms. I find that to be despicable. They just clearly do not want to do it. And that's just one of many things that it can apply to. Senator, number one, a point of encouragement. Please tell your colleagues why on earth are they so worried about the next election if they're not going to fulfill the mandate from the prior election? And then secondly, just what do we, the grassroots, have to do to try to get this done, not just defunding Planned Parenthood, but some of the things that we ran on and that we hope to expect so that this doesn't end up being just a lackluster reconciliation bill that blows this great opportunity? Senator, please.
The Planned Parenthood is sticky. And as a father of 6 kids, 3 adopted, I thank God almost every day that the mothers that were able to give me these 3 kids that I can love and they love me, and was brave enough to go through the pregnancy. I am 100% pro-life. What Planned Parenthood has done is they've weaved themselves into our community health care centers. A lot of our rural areas are that doesn't have a hospital, doesn't have a 24/7 urgent care or any really medical. They run the only community health care center in maybe the entire county, and trying to separate those around. And so when people start saying funding Planned Parenthood, what ends up happening is through these community health care centers that doesn't deliver abortion at all. The problem is we feel like Planned Parenthood is using that money that is typically derived by Medicaid and Medicare recipients because it's rural areas. They're funneling that money into their abortion clinics. There's 2 paths here. One, you just completely get them out of it where they can't accept Medicare and Medicaid at these community health centers, which would be pretty devastating to the rural areas, or you get them completely out of the business altogether. But then there's supposed to be a clear line between the funding between the two. And the Democrats have allowed that funding to mesh together during COVID. And we have to expose that. And if they're not willing to do that again, then we need to kick them totally out of the system and allow them to have Medicare and Medicaid. That's what so that's the biggest issue is. No, it's about losing health
and I think that's,
in the rural area.
No, yeah, and we're running out of time. Senator, I think that's a smart point I haven't heard before, and I understand the complexity. Let me just kind of tell you the political and moral dynamics. Kick them out completely. And by the way, call their bluff. Why is it that pregnancy crisis centers in Tulsa and in Edmond and in Oklahoma City, which are these Christian amazing communities there, they don't get any funding from the federal government? So if these pregnancy crisis centers that do this incredible work that are saving lives don't get money, why should those that butcher lives get money? So I think you should kick them out completely. And look, the audience is on fire about this one. So, Senator, we're counting on you to bring that one home. 20 seconds.
We are 100% with you on that one. We're fortunate in Oklahoma that we have a lot of tribes that are raising their hand saying we'll take the community health center. So we're good in Oklahoma. Good. But that's the issue in the states. I want to say this real quick, Charlie. Thank you for going to universities. You went to Stillwater where my kids wrestle for Oklahoma State. What you do after you leave, you don't see. But the ability for these individuals that may have been hiding underneath the rock because they're MAGA and because universities are not, they're usually woke, you give them a backbone to be able to stand up because you're brave enough to go there first, take the fight to the campus, and then all these ones that are actually true MAGA, they have the ability to stand up after you leave. And there's been a movement at Oklahoma State since you left, so thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you. That really means a lot, Senator, because you're right. I don't see what happens after I leave. And that invisible ripple effect just gives me such encouragement. So thank you for that. It means a lot. Senator, keep fighting and bring this one home. We'll be right back after the break.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
Patriots love him. Leftists hate him. Nobody ignores him. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. Just a reminder, momentarily, I'll be on the campus, University of California, Riverside. If you live in that area, it's the finale. That's why we're mentioning it so much. It is the grand finale of the spring tour, which has been the most viral, the most successful, the most well-attended campus tour we've ever done. You think, like, isn't it during an election? Nope. The virality, the reach has just been remarkable to see. So thank you for those of you that support it and attend and pray for it. We are very, very thankful. Again, it's brought to you by YREFI at YREFI.com, YREFY.com. I want to remind you guys also that I'll be in Orlando, Florida tomorrow for a family event. It's called like the Florida Family Event. I have to get the title there. And then next week, we are going to be broadcasting live from Phoenix. And then I will be going and I'll be debating somewhere very special that I will announce next week. Quite an honor, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So stay right there. Everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We are going very viral on TikTok right now. Hundreds of millions of views. I think we're averaging 10 million views a day. And some people say, Charlie, you know, why are you talking about this TikTok stuff? I don't get it. Your grandkid is more likely to love America because of our success on TikTok. It's just a fact. Your grandson on a college campus, your son, your daughter is more likely to love America, a lot more than you think. So don't discount it. And a lot of people use TikTok. What does a mechanic owner, an auto shop owner in Georgia, and taco restaurant operator in Arizona all have in common? Well, they're on TikTok. Across America, over 7.5 million businesses, from family-owned shops to entrepreneurs, are using TikTok to compete and grow. Small businesses thrive on TikTok. Learn more about TikTok's contribution to the U.S. economy at TikTokeconomicimpact.com. I was once a skeptic, and now I've seen the power of the platform. And portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are brought to you in part by TikTok. And we actually have the third largest TikTok. President Trump had the two top accounts. We had more impact than Taylor Swift, Kim Kardashian, the DNC, and of Kamala Harris. That's something, everybody. And again, when I go to these college campuses, they're flipping through TikTok. Would you rather have me participate in that or not? It's a no-brainer. It's not even worth spending that much time on. It's not. It's one of the great impacts that we've had here on our 12 years of doing this. Joe Biden made an appearance on The View. He actually looks somewhat sentient. It was amazing. You know, he was really having a lot of duties as president. He's definitely napping a little bit more. He looked somewhat sentient, keyword, somewhat. This is cut 444. Biden mumbling about how Trump can't lead the world without infrastructure. My goodness, we are so thankful he's no longer president. Praise the Lord. Play cut 444.
The projects, the benefits. How do you lead the world without having the best infrastructure? How do you lead the world without having the best health care in the world? How do you lead the world without having the best education system in the world? How do you lead the world when you don't have that done?
Honestly, one thing that we should do, we as conservatives, we're going to make fun of him for the next couple minutes. And this was our commander-in-chief, and praise the Lord, we didn't go to nuclear war, and there was a group of invisible Biden staffers running the country. But honestly, there is one thing that we should remain thankful for. Praise the Lord. that Joe Biden's bitterness remained. Joe Biden was a vindictive little fella. Ooh, is he bitter? He did us a big favor. If Joe Biden would have resigned in July and given the presidency to Kamala Harris, we would have had some trouble. Her as president would have been a much different thing. And I will say, remember, Blake, I keep score. At the RNC in Milwaukee, I was the only one on our thought crime panel where I predicted that Joe Biden would remain president and stay through the entire term. And everyone said, no way, he's going to resign and she'll take the office. I said, no. I said, it would have made sense to resign, of course, but I said, no, he's a vindictive little fella. He's a bitter dude. But luckily, he was selfish. Honestly, I don't want to get too deep into that. Deep down, did he want Trump to win? Probably not. I wouldn't go that far. Let's play cut 447, please.
In your final year, there was a dramatic decline in your cognitive abilities. In the final year of your presidency, what is your response to these allegations, or are these sources wrong?
They are wrong. There's nothing to sustain that, number one. Number two, think of what we were left with. We were left with a circumstance where we had an insurrection when I started. Not since the Civil War. We had a circumstance where we were in a position that one of the things and Alyssa,
one of the things I think is that they didn't see how hard Joe worked every single day.
You want to know why people think the media is a disgrace? You're seeing that his mental decline is on full display, and all these women on The View are, oh, yeah, totally. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, totally. Yeah, that's right. And they actively covered up Joe Biden's mental decline. Thanks for reminding me why President Trump won. Oh, there's dangerous destabilization and institutional distrust happening in the West. Yes, because you covered up this man, the commander-in-chief's mental decline, and told us that we were conspiracy theorists for it. Praise the Lord. We all dodged a bullet on July 13th. I'll say that once. I'll say it almost every day. Second hour coming up, where I take your questions, members.charliekirk.com. Stay right there.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns,
You'll have a setting for every job.
a $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. Making rain even if Mother Nature isn't necessarily in the mood. That's basically what my next guest does. He's the CEO of Rainmaker, which is a drone-powered cloud seeding company that, in his words, is redefining how we fight water scarcity. Augustus Dorico joins me this morning to talk more about this. Augustus, good morning.
Thank you for having me, Terrence. Pleasure to be on. Good morning to you too.
So I want to start the conversation here. There are some people who might be critical saying, okay, well, what this guy is doing, he's trying to be God. Your response?
Yeah, well, first of all, for context for folks, what our company does is fly drones into big, puffy natural clouds to make them rain a little bit more for farms, ecosystem restoration, industrial production, or urban development. And we hear a lot people give the criticism, rightfully so, or maybe understandably so, that this is playing God. But the origin for Rainmaker is actually from Genesis 1:26. When I was deciding what company to build after my first one, I read Genesis 1:26, where God gives man dominion over the earth, the seas, and the skies, and everything therein. And when I read that, I realized that because we have droughts, because we have hurricanes, because we have hail, and all this other severe weather, we're actually abdicating our responsibility to God to steward the part of his creation that is the skies. And we already modify the water cycle all the time. We build dams to redirect the flow of streams. We pump water up from the ground or desalinate it to move it around where it wouldn't naturally be. And cloud seeding is just one way that we're trying to stewardly take dominion over what God has given us for the sake of our well-being and also creation's.
Is there a larger concern about tinkering with Mother Nature and the potential impact it could have long term?
You know, I think that this is a technology that's of real consequence. And so it also makes sense that people bring up this concern too, right? We shouldn't do anything rashly. And at Rainmaker, we're not. We're regulated by the Departments of Natural Resources in every single state that we operate in to ensure that we use safe materials, to ensure that our concept of operations are approved by certified meteorologists from the American Meteorological Society. And we're regulated to ensure that we're using suspension criteria such that if ever there's a risk of flooding or avalanche, then we have to stop operating, even if our customers want more water. And then the last point is, you know, over 90% of all the water that traverses the atmosphere over the United States doesn't precipitate over it. It just gets recycled by the oceans. And so if we just take a small fraction more of that in the same way that we pull from rivers or aquifers, then we can turn America more vibrant and more lush and more abundant than it ever has been. And I want to make America beautiful again because I'm a patriot. And also I want to fulfill the mandate that we were given in Genesis to make creation beautiful too.
To your point, what are some of the other potential uses for this sort of technology? It's obviously groundbreaking. How else can mankind benefit?
Yeah. Right now we serve farms that are suffering from drought. So, for example, we have programs in California where 500,000 acres of farmland are projected by the state to turn into desert. If we can cloud seed enough, then we can make enough water to prevent the aridification of these farms. The Colorado River is drying up, and all of the ecosystems and the cities that are dependent on it need more water, and cloud seeding is one way to prevent the aridification and abandonment of the American West. And then lastly, I'm a patriot. I care about reindustrialization and onshoring. We need water for industrial production at scale. And so if we want to produce chips here, if we want to produce steel here, if we want to produce factories for defense products or otherwise, then we need more water onshore. And cloud seeding is the way that we can produce that.
So what are some of the potential future uses for cloud seeding? And I would imagine that you're always doing research and development. What's next?
Well, I mean, ski resorts. If you like to ski or snowboard and you want some fresh powder, then cloud seeding is one way to bring that too.
Really?
That it is. So Snowbird in Utah is a customer of ours, and hopefully we'll work with some other ski resorts to give them fresh powder.
Interesting. I'm in Colorado, so you caught my attention there. Hey, it is good to talk to you, and continued success with Rainmaker. Quickly, how can people get more information?
They can go to rainmaker.com, or they can find me on Twitter at @Adoricko, ADORICKO. And Terrence, I invite you to our program in Gunnison, Colorado, or St. Vrain if you ever want to come out, because we have some there.
I will take you up on the invitation. Thanks so much for being here with us, Augustus.
Thank you.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're going to build a body you can be proud of.
You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you the weight will come off. This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little bee. Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days. Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We are here in the Bitcoin.com studio. Remember, it is your gateway to democratized finance, Bitcoin.com, presented by Bitcoin.com. This entire hour, we're taking your questions. Those of you that are members, members.charliekirk.com. That is members.charliekirk.com. If you want to come on the program, we always do this hour 2 on Fridays. It's members.charliekirk.com. Anthony, thank you for being a member. Great to hear from you, my friend. What is on your mind?
Good morning, sir. I have a question regarding the Phyllis topic. How do we identify candidates that are true to their word? You know, when they run for office, when they're in office, because they're starting to show themselves that they're not really who they are.
Without a doubt. And so the Tom Tillis case is so frustrating because he uses our need to hold on to the North Carolina Senate seat against us. A valuable tell is it's good to have people with a real state level record. Rarely do they have a good state level record and then they become a complete disaster in D.C. It does happen, but rarely. Let's take a senator that isn't talked about enough, and he comes on our program, Senator Eric Schmidt from Missouri. He was phenomenal. He was the former Attorney General of Missouri. He had a great state-level record, and he's ended up to be a fabulous U.S. Senator. Let's take Senator Rick Scott, who comes on this program quite a lot. He was a great governor of Florida. He ends up being a great United States Senator. It's when they kind of come from unknown places or their state level record is not as good. I would also say you could tell a lot based on the types of folks that are praising, raising, and contributing. What do I mean by that? They're praising the person. So, for example, if it's the Karl Rove, Paul Ryan wing of the party that is praising the candidate, ooh. Also, who is raising money for the candidate? Who's hosting fundraisers? Who is trying to raise support? Tom Tillis is supported by all of the ruling class elite. Tom Tillis has always been supported by the neoconservatives, by the Romney wing of the Republican Party. And then finally, who is actually donating the money itself, not just raising it? And again, Tom Tillis is not widely supported by the grassroots. I will say this, though. One of the structural problems, and we've talked about this repeatedly on this program, and I do not know a solution to this. Rarely do I present wide-ranging problems without a solution. I don't know how to get the conservative grassroots, such as all of you, more serious about giving small dollar donations to candidates. Now, we've covered this before, and I will reiterate this, and this drives me insane. Just literally in the last hour, this is at freedom@charliekirk.com. I got this at risk, your 5K Doge check from some PAC that I never gave money to. Mike, I love Mike Lee. New update, urgent Save Act update. It's not dead. Click here for an urgent update. Or Donald J. Trump here. Charlie, is that you? I'm trying to get your attention. Tom Cotton, if Democrats flip my seat. Again, this is malpractice. Can I put this up on screen? Again, I'm not trying to pick on Tom Cotton too much. I think he's been totally wrong on so much stuff. I got to put this up on screen. Tom Cotton is not going to lose his Arkansas Senate seat. It is not going to happen, okay? And so here he is raising money from me. If Democrats flip my Senate seat in Arkansas, we can say goodbye to a Republican Senate majority. Listen, Tom, if you lose your Senate seat in Arkansas, we're losing like 20 Senate seats, okay? Let's just be very clear. We will have lost the Senate majority in the most significant way since Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And here you are sending me unsolicited email, I need money, I need money, I need money. We abuse you in the grassroots. Those of you that are listening on the Salem Radio Network and watching on wonderful Real America's Voice, it loses impact when you get dozens of these a day. So why does that matter, Anthony? Because you asked a very astute question. How do we get better candidates? You get better candidates when they are able to be funded and they are adherent to you, the grassroots, not to the major ruling donor class. And I say this as somebody who raises well over $100 million a year. There are some amazing donors out there. There's some amazing supporters. Guess what? They're not actually the ones that are always contributing to these U.S. senators. There's two types of donors that typically give to people like Tom Tillis. The first of which are those that want to go to like a fun weekend at the Ritz-Carlton in Naples. Right. Get their picture made. They pay $25,000. Okay. The second type is much more insidious. They want something. They're a lobbyist from a tobacco company. They're a lobbyist from a pharmaceutical company. So the people actually financing Tom Tillis are not the people of you guys in this audience, and they're actually not even the donors at Turning Point USA or Turning Point Action. Our donors are so over this whole program that they're no longer giving to that. So, Anthony, it's a longer-term issue. I hope that helps solve it, and we need to better screen candidates as well.
It does.
Let's go to Bob. Bob, thank you for being thank you, Anthony. Have a great weekend. Bob, what is on your mind? Thank you for being a member.
Yeah, hi, Charlie. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. How are you?
Charlie, could you and your legal team look into whether the naturalization oath of allegiance to the United States of America could be a way to start cutting back on the number of people coming into America who are hostile to the U.S. and its foundational values? In regard to the clause, the specific clause in the oath that requires a person to renounce all allegiance and fidelity to any foreign prince, potentate, state, or sovereignty, Charlie, I think that's an honest.
We're interrupting this program for a special live report.
Let's take you right to the White House, where the latest press briefing is just getting underway.
Visiting Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates next week, where he will focus on strengthening ties between our nations. 8 years ago, President Trump's first trip was to this same region of the world, where he introduced his bold peace through strength foreign policy strategy. On that trip, the president laid out his goal of eradicating terrorism and extremism in the region, which he successfully accomplished over the course of his administration with the total defeat of ISIS and the historic signing of the Abraham Accords. Now, 8 years later, President Trump will return to re-emphasize his continued vision for a proud, prosperous, and successful Middle East, where the United States and Middle Eastern nations are in cooperative relationships, and where extremism is defeated in place of commerce and cultural exchanges. This trip ultimately highlights how we stand on the brink of the golden age for both America and the Middle East, united by a shared vision of stability, opportunity, and mutual respect. The president greatly looks forward to visiting with our brave men and women in uniform at our U.S. Air Base in Qatar throughout this trip. Yesterday, President Trump demonstrated the art of the deal and secured a historic trade agreement, despite all of the naysayers who said no deals were coming. That, of course, turned out to be untrue. On the 80th anniversary of Victory Day for World War II, President Trump announced a great deal that provides American companies unprecedented access to the UK markets while bolstering U.S. national security. This trade deal will massively expand U.S. market access in the United Kingdom, creating a $5 billion opportunity for new exports for U.S. farmers, ranchers, and producers. This includes more than $700 billion in ethanol exports and $250 million in other agricultural products like good old American beef. The deal commits the United States and United Kingdom to work together to enhance industrial and agricultural market access and strengthens American competitiveness. Importantly, the deal also ensures streamlined customs procedures for U.S. exports. The UK will also be purchasing $10 billion of American-made Boeing planes as part of the deal. A trade agreement like this between the United States and the United Kingdom was being worked on for many years, but continued to prove elusive. But because of President Trump's bold negotiating approach, he got it done. All of this happened because of President Trump's implementation of powerful tariffs to end the era of economic surrender and rebalance America's trading agreements. American workers and companies are the best in the world, and they finally have a president who has their backs, fights for them, and delivers good deals that puts them first. This is just the first of many trade deals to come. Get ready for more historic deals and our country to boom like never before. On that note, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Ambassador Jameson Greer will meet with the lead representatives on economic matters from the People's Republic of China over the weekend in Switzerland. As President Trump has said, the United States and China have been talking for some time over the course of the administration, and now teams from both countries will meet in person to continue discussions. You can be certain that President Trump and his trade team will ensure we work to achieve the best deal possible for America. In other news, the Trump administration just announced a new incentive for illegal aliens living in the United States to self-deport. Eligible illegal aliens who now use the CBP Home app to self-deport will receive a clear, safe way to leave the United States. Their plane tickets home may be paid for, and they will receive a $1,000 stipend once we have confirmation that they have left our country. This new feature will allow illegal aliens to have a planned departure out of the country and to leave as soon as possible in a dignified way. If illegal aliens make the right decision here and submit their intent to depart through the CBP Home app and pass extensive vetting, they will be temporarily deprioritized for ICE detention and enforcement action before their scheduled departure. And leaving voluntarily in this matter may improve their legal immigration options in the future. This initiative will also save massive amounts of money for American taxpayers. Voluntary departures are much more cost-effective than traditional removals. By deploying the CBP Home app in this new way, President Trump is aiming to reduce the need for costly arrests, detentions, and court proceedings. Currently, the average cost of traditional removal is more than $17,000 per illegal alien. Our projections estimate that the use of the CBP Home app will massively reduce that financial burden by approximately 70%, so taxpayer dollars can be redirected and our brave immigration law enforcement officers can focus on removing the most violent illegal aliens hiding in our communities. Finally, it was announced this morning that First Lady Melania Trump secured a $25 million investment in President Trump's budget to provide housing and support for youth transitioning out of foster care. And in recognition of the 7th anniversary of Mrs. Trump's Be Best initiative, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development allocated funds toward the agency Foster Youth to Independence program. Yesterday, Mrs. Trump hosted a special celebration of military mothers with the president, bringing together 150 military moms from around the country to recognize their service, not just in their home, but for our country. For those of you who were there at the events yesterday like I did, I have no doubt you will join me in recognizing how truly special those moments were. So let's get to questions. Here in our new media seat today is Andrew Egger, the White House correspondent for The Bulwark. The Bulwark is a new media company launched in 2019 with hundreds of thousands of readers on Substack and more than 1 million subscribers on YouTube. Andrew, please kick us off. And thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me, Caroline. The president posted another ad this week for his Trump meme coin. The group that's running that coin is encouraging people to buy in order to win a dinner this month with the president. Why is the president planning to attend a dinner for the top investors in his coin?
Look, the president is abiding by all conflict of interest laws. The president has been incredibly transparent with his own personal financial obligations throughout the years. The president is a successful businessman, and I think, frankly, it's one of the many reasons that people reelected him back to this office.
There are at least some people who are buying this coin who seem to view it as an opportunity to influence the president's views. There was a logistics company this week that said they would buy $20 million in the coin in order to advocate for free trade between the U.S. and Mexico. If buyers are buying for that reason, are they wasting their money?
Look, I can assure you the president acts with only the interests of the American public in mind, putting our country first and doing what's best for our country, full stop. That's his intention, and that's what he's focused on. Kristen, good to see you here today. Welcome back.
Caroline, thank you. Glad to be back. So on those China talks, what does President Trump expect to come out of those talks? And is he going to be disappointed if his team can't secure a deal?
Well, look, the president is very confident in his Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, and of course, Ambassador Jamieson Greer, who has played an instrumental role in all of these trade negotiations as well. I think yesterday's success, the announcement of a trade deal with the United Kingdom, is a great first step. Again, many said in this room it couldn't be done. Now we are moving forward with many other countries. We're talking to dozens of our trading partners around the world. But of course, China is a major country, a major player in this space. And the president has said, and he's right, China needs the United States of America. They need our markets. They need our consumer base. And Secretary Bessent knows that he's going to Switzerland this weekend with the full support and confidence and trust of the president here at home. Jack.
Thanks very much, Caroline. 2 questions. First, can you give us an update on U.S. efforts to mediate or have an impact on the conflict between India and Pakistan?
Sure, I absolutely can. This is something that the Secretary of State and, of course, now our National Security Advisor as well, Marco Rubio, has been very much involved in. The president has expressed he wants to see this de-escalate as quickly as possible. He understands these are 2 countries that have been at odds with one another for decades, long before President Trump was here in the Oval Office. However, he has good relationships with the leaders of both countries, and the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, I spoke to him just yesterday. He has been in constant communication with the leaders of both countries trying to bring this conflict to an end.
Just one other question. Yesterday, we saw the news of the new Pope. Before Pope Leo became Pope Leo, there were some critical comments that he made about President Trump and about Vice President Vance on his then X account. Does the White House have any reaction to those comments?
The president made his reaction to Pope Leo's announcement yesterday very clear. He is very proud to have an American Pope. I think it was a surprise to everyone. I saw the news media was surprised to report on that yesterday, but it's a great thing for the United States of America and for the world, and we are praying for him.
Thanks, Caroline. The president has been pretty firm on keeping these 145% tariffs in place on Chinese imports. Today, via Truth Social, he said that he'd be possibly open to lowering those to 80%. Why the change, and how did the president land on 80?
The president still remains with his position that he is not going to unilaterally bring down tariffs on China. We need to see concessions from them as well. And again, that's part of the reason that Secretary Bessent is going to talk to his Chinese counterparts this weekend to start those discussions in person. As for the 80% number, that was a number the president threw out there, and we'll see what happens this weekend. And always in the effort of transparency, I'm sure you'll hear directly from the Treasury Secretary or the president after those negotiations conclude. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline.
Why did the White House announce this deal with the UK before all of the details were finished?
That's not true, actually. I saw the fact sheet. I saw the deal as well before the president brought all of you in the Oval Office in the effort of transparency. You had the president and the prime minister on the phone talking to all of you directly about how this was a great deal, a phenomenal deal, and discussions will continue. But as I spoke to our ambassador Greer yesterday, this is how trade deals work. You set an initial agreement, you set the framework, you set up the deal, and then of course, T's have to be crossed and I's have to be dotted, but this deal is a good deal, and the numbers are determined, and all of the market access that I just discussed will remain.
Does that mean that the 10% baseline is going to still be there at the end when all of the other details are ironed out?
The president is committed to the 10% baseline tariff, not just for the United Kingdom, but for his trade negotiations with all other countries as well.
Permanently, even after the deals are done, like that is going to remain.
The president is determined to continue with that 10% baseline tariff. I just spoke to him about it earlier. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. I'd like to ask about New York and about a personnel matter. On New York, the mayor, Eric Adams, is here today. Could you tell us anything more about the visit, who initiated it, what they're talking about? And also, is there any comment from the White House on the air traffic control issues in Newark?
All I will say on Mayor Eric Adams is that he requested a meeting with the president, and the president was willing to take it. If the president wishes to discuss his private meeting afterwards, I will let him do that himself. Yes, I'm glad you asked about the FAA. There was a glitch in the system this morning, especially at Newark Airport. As you all know, I spoke to the Department of Transportation. That glitch was caused by the same telecoms and software issues that were raised last week. Everything went back online after the brief outage, and there was no operational impact. DOT and the FAA are working to address this technical issue tonight to prevent further outages, as well as install new fiber from Newark Airport to Philadelphia. And the goal is to have the totality of this work done by the end of the summer. I want to add that this outage at Newark Airport speaks to why the Secretary of Transportation yesterday made a massive announcement in investing in our aviation safety and our telecom system. There's a 4-part infrastructure plan that was released by the Secretary of Transportation yesterday to improve communication, surveillance, automation, and their facilities. They want to replace the antiquated telecom systems with new fiber, wireless, and satellite technologies, replace more than 600 radars, which have gone way past their life cycle, and address runway safety. They want to build 6 new air traffic control centers for the first time since the 1960s and replace towers as well. They want to implement new modern hardware and software for all traffic facilities to create a common platform system throughout the towers. These are much needed changes. This is a very bold plan by the Department of Transportation. I think it's unfortunate that the previous administration sat in their hands and did nothing, but how grateful we are that we have a Department of Transportation and a secretary and a president who's willing to take bold action and change.
The personnel matter, Caroline, could I ask?
Thanks, Caroline. Just going back to India, Pakistan, can we expect President Trump to get in touch personally with the leaders of those countries to try and de-escalate this situation?
If and when that happens, we will certainly let you know. Natalie.
Thanks, Caroline. Sure. I have a question about the Middle East trip. Will any of the president's family members, like including Don Jr., Eric, or Jared Kushner, be joining him on the trip?
I am not tracking any of the president's family members joining us at this time, but of course, the first family is welcome to come. I hope they would. They're great people, great to be around, but I'm not tracking them on the manifest.
And given that you noted he is a successful businessman, do you know if the president has any plans to meet with any of the folks involved with any of the family businesses over there, or see any of the sites that are going to be
Not to my knowledge, and let me just get to the premise of your question that both of you have raised. I think it's frankly ridiculous that anyone in this room would even suggest that President Trump is doing anything for his own benefit. He left a life of luxury and a life of running a very successful real estate empire for public service, not just once, but twice. And again, the American public reelected him back to this White House because they trust he acts in the best interest of our country and putting the American public first. This is a president who has actually lost money for being president of the United States. I don't remember these same type of questions being asked of my predecessor about a career politician who was clearly profiting off of this office. That is not what President Trump does, and this White House holds ourselves to the highest of ethical standards. Phil.
Thank you. There's this Reuters report that the U.S. is in talks with Israel about an American-led post-war administration in Gaza. Is that accurate? Are these talks ongoing?
We are in constant communication and dialogue with our counterparts and our allies and friends in Israel. Ron Dermer was here at the White House yesterday meeting with members of President Trump's team. As for the situation in Gaza, the president and his entire national security team have made it very clear we want to see the hostages released from Gaza. That is a priority for this administration. As for what that looks like, and even moving beyond that, I'm not going to get into the details of plans that frankly may or may not have even been proposed, but I can emphasize what the president holds closest in his heart right now, and that's the release of all of the hostages in Gaza.
And then there's been some conservative pushback to some of these salt tax, the salt tax cap. For instance, Majority Leader Steve Scalise said that bringing back the state and local tax deduction would essentially mean, quote, 45 states are subsidizing 5 states that have very high taxes imposed by leftist governors. Is he wrong? Is it fair to ask red Indiana to bail out blue New York?
Well, look, this is an ongoing discussion on the Hill. There's a lot of disagreement on Capitol Hill right now about the SALT tax proposal, and we will let them work it out. As for the tax provisions in the reconciliation bill, the priorities of this president, he has made them incredibly clear. No tax on tips for our hardworking service workers, no tax on Social Security for our well-deserving seniors who have worked their whole lives to pay into this system, no tax on overtime for hardworking Americans as well, and there's a plethora of other priorities the president wants to see in this bill. Anyone who opposes this bill will be opposing the largest tax cut in American history. They will be voting to raise taxes by the tune of $4 trillion on the middle class of this country, and we look forward to holding them accountable for that. Everyone on Capitol Hill on both sides of the aisle should be supportive of the president's tax priorities.
Follow up on that?
Go ahead. Sure. Go ahead, and then I'll go to your follow-up.
Thanks, Caroline. So I want to follow up on the Truth Social post. So the president's saying 80% tariffs could come down. Just an announcement would be enough to lower those tariffs? Is that what he's looking for from the Chinese concessions?
That's not what the president said. He said that an 80% number may sound good to him, but again, he's in constant contact with our Secretary of Treasury, who will be leading these negotiations this weekend.
And historically, the Chinese have made the meeting itself a win. What does a win look like out of these meetings for the president this weekend?
A good deal for the American worker and the American people. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Yeah, back to the reconciliation bill. Can you just clarify the president's position, though, a little bit specifically on the tax issue? Because in his Truth Social post, he said this morning that he would accept even a tiny tax increase for the rich, but then says Republicans probably shouldn't do it, but I'm okay if they do it. So what is it that he wants? Does he want them to increase the tax rates?
The president wants tax cuts, the largest tax cuts in history. He wants to extend his historic tax cuts from 2017, and he wants to see all of the other tax priorities that I just laid out for you included in this bill as well. As for the policy proposal you're talking about, the president has said he himself personally would not mind paying a little bit more to help the poor and the middle class and the working class in this country. I think, frankly, that's a very honorable position. But again, these negotiations are ongoing on Capitol Hill, and the president will weigh in when he feels necessary.
Encourage them to have a higher bracket for top earners?
The president has made his personal position on this matter clear. Michael. The president's in constant communication with leaders on the Hill.
Ahead of the president's trip to the Middle East, he's mentioned he wants to rename the Persian Gulf the Gulf of Arabia. Iran is now saying that doing so will bring the wrath of all Iranians. Can you talk about the support that the Gulf of Arabia has in the region and why this is important to the president?
Well, first of all, the president has said he hasn't made a determination yet. That was in the news that you guys all asked him about it, and he said he wasn't quite sure. So he hasn't made a definitive decision on that yet.
And secondly, Caroline, the president has shown support for South African refugees that are coming to the United States next week. Can you talk about what these refugees are fleeing and why this is a priority for the administration?
Well, the president has actually signed an executive order on that matter. My office can get it back to you, Michael. But this group in South Africa has faced racial persecution. In fact, the government there has vowed to take away their farmland that they own. And so the president has talked significantly about this. As for further details on refugee claims and asylum claims, I would defer you to the State Department.
Can I follow up on that?
Go ahead. No, in front of you.
Thanks,
Sure.
Caroline.
Does the administration have any response to the news today that a federal judge has ordered the immediate release of Ramesa Ozturk from detention, and particularly his comments that the government submitted no evidence other than an op-ed that Ozturk wrote last year?
I will have to check in with the Department of Homeland Security on that particular case, but I think our overall feeling, we've made quite clear that lower-level judges should not be dictating the foreign policy of the United States, and we absolutely believe that the President and the Department of Homeland Security are well within their legal rights to deport illegal immigrants. As for visa revocations, the Secretary of State has the right to do that as well. It is a privilege, not a right, to come to this country on a visa. But I'll check in on the specific case. My office will get you details. Sure.
Caroline, yesterday the administration appears to have started dismantling the Consumer Product Safety Commission. This is the federal agency, an independent one that does recalls and is responsible for product safety. Does the administration not believe that it's important, to keep toys and cribs? I mean, you're a young mom, off of the product of the market.
It's a federal agency within which branch? It's the executive branch. Who's the head of the executive branch? The President of the United States.
Created by Congress.
He has the right to fire people within the executive branch. It's a pretty simple answer. Francesca.
Thanks. One foreign policy one and then a domestic policy thing, if I could. As far as the president's trip goes next week, is he planning to meet with the FIFA president in either Saudi Arabia or Qatar? And if so, could you give us some more details about that?
The president has quite a few meetings with many people when he is there. We can certainly check at the itinerary and let you know if the FIFA president will be there next week. Frankly, I'm not quite sure, but we can certainly get you an answer. As you know, the president attended a FIFA task force meeting at the White House this week.
And on the domestic front, could you explain why the FEMA administrator was removed from his position this week?
Look, this is a personnel matter in regards to the Department of Homeland Security, but my understanding is that this individual testified saying something that was contrary to what the president believes and the goals of this administration in regards to FEMA policy. And so, of course, we want to make sure that people in every position are advancing the administration's goals. But as for specifics, I defer you to the Department of Homeland Security. We leave it up to our great cabinet secretaries when it comes to personnel matters. Sure, in the back.
Thank you. Aid hasn't gone into Gaza in 10 weeks. Israel says that this is a policy to pressure Hamas in the negotiations, the ceasefire negotiations. Is this a policy that this administration supports?
The president answered this week. He said that he wants to ensure that aid can get into Gaza, but we have to do it in a responsible way to ensure it doesn't end up in the hands of terrorists. So this is something the administration is actively working on, and when we have a policy to announce on this definitively, we can certainly let you know.
Can you talk about this effort for the U.S. to take over the distribution of aid in Gaza, to exclude Israel, but also international organizations said this effort militarizes aid?
I would reject that characterization by whatever groups you are citing. Kelly.
Caroline, thank you. I want to get back to the First Lady Melania Trump dealing with foster children. That's an important component in American life to see what happens to the future of our children, particularly in foster care. Can you explain the significance of this development between the First Lady and the Housing and Urban Development?
Yes, absolutely. It's millions of dollars that will go into a program that helps these children transition out of foster care to have productive and positive lives. And I'd like to share a personal story since you asked if I may. I hope the First Lady won't mind. I was at an event in Florida last year, and I was approached by a gentleman who was a foster dad, and he had taken in, I think it was 6 or 7 foster children. And he spoke to me. He had recognized me in my work for President Trump's campaign at the time. And the little boy who was with him talked about the personal relationship that he had with First Lady Melania Trump. And the conversation she had had with him and how she really encouraged him to be the best that he could be during her first term here at the White House, and how even after she and President Trump left the White House, she kept in very close touch with this young foster child. It was a touching moment that I will never forget, and it speaks to the heart of this First Lady and the great work that she is doing for foster children. And this is certainly a very big announcement that I know our Secretary of Housing and Urban Development is in particular very excited about, and we can certainly get you all the details on that program. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. I want to ask you about the trade deal that the president announced yesterday with the UK as it relates to the auto sector.
Sure.
The trade group that represents the big three here in the U.S. believes that it may put the big three automakers at a competitive disadvantage. What the trade group says is that it will now be cheaper to import a UK vehicle with very little American content than a USMCA compliant vehicle imported from Mexico or Canada with just 50% American content. What's your response to that criticism coming from this trade group?
Well, first of all, let's be clear about what the deal does. It sets a 10% rate on auto imports for the first 100 cars that are imported into the United States. 100,000 cars, thank you. That would be very few cars. 100,000 cars imported from the United Kingdom. After 100,000 vehicles, it goes back up to a 25% tariff. And as for our U.S. auto manufacturers, our auto industry, the president wants to put them on the best pedestal to compete. And by the way, if they produce vehicles right here in the United States of America, they will face no tariff at all. I would argue of any industry, the president has spent more time talking to and listening to the concerns of our auto industry here at home. He hears them, he believes in them, he wants to see them produce their vehicles here in the United States of America. This is a good deal for them too.
Is this a model for European and Asian vehicles as well, what we see coming out of the UK trade deal with the US?
Look, all of these deals are going to be tailor-made. The president has said that from the beginning. It's very apropos that the first trade deal was announced between the United States and the United Kingdom, one of our oldest and greatest allies, but each country has unique concerns and challenges in terms of American industry. We need to open up markets in every single country, and obviously the needs are unique, so our trade team is looking at each country and the advantages that we can pursue for American industries and American workers. Sure.
Happy early Mother's Day. Oh, thank you. The president said yesterday that he would be speaking with Zelensky shortly. Did that call happen yesterday, or do we expect that to happen in the near term?
The call happened yesterday. President Zelensky called the president to tell him that the critical minerals deal had passed the parliament in Ukraine. I talked to the president about that call. He said it was very good and productive, and of course the critical minerals deal is great for Ukraine, but also of course for the United States of America and our taxpayers here. It was a good call, and they also spoke about, of course, this ceasefire that the president proposed, the 30-day ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine, which we know Europe is on board with, and we hope both countries will agree to.
So next week, do we expect President Putin, is there any chance that he could meet with Trump while he's in the region?
The president answered this yesterday. Not going to happen.
Question on ceasefire. Has he got any reaction from Zelensky or Putin on the proposal for ceasefire? Is he satisfied by the reaction to that proposal?
Not to my knowledge, but certainly if there is a reaction and updates, I'm sure you'll hear directly from the president.
Question, the president fired the Librarian of Congress. Why did he choose to do that?
We felt she did not fit the needs of the American people. There were quite concerning things that she had done at the Library of Congress in the pursuit of DEI and putting inappropriate books in the library for children, and we don't believe that she was serving the interests of the American taxpayer well, so she has been removed from her position, and the president is well within his rights to do that. John.
Thank you, Caroline. Happy Mother's Day as well.
Thank you.
President Trump ran on delivering the biggest tax cut in history, got over 70 million votes. Right now, you got a handful of obstructionists in the Republican conference that are saying they're not going to go along with his tax cut package. You just said those that don't will be held accountable. What is your description of being held accountable?
Well, look, I think they'll be held accountable by the voters in their respective districts if they choose to vote for a tax hike to the tune of $4 trillion, which would raise taxes to thousands of dollars per household in this country. The president has great political instincts. That's why he's back in the Oval Office, and Capitol Hill should follow his lead. As for the president, speaking of him, he will be signing executive orders later this afternoon. We are happy to provide more information on those executive orders if you wish. Thank you for the Mother's Day wishes, and happy Mother's Day to all of the moms in the room. And don't forget to call your mom this Sunday. We'll see you guys later. Have a good weekend.
That was White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt hosting a press briefing there at the White House. You may remember there was a press briefing scheduled for earlier this week, but it was canceled last minute. So this was our first press briefing of the week. A number of issues discussed, specifically looking forward to next week. She talked about President Trump going to the Middle East to deal with some of our allies in that region. But even before that, she talked about Saturday when the United States is set to meet with trade representatives from China to discuss the tariff issue.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Ambassador Jameson Greer will meet with the lead representatives on economic matters from the People's Republic of China over the weekend in Switzerland. As President Trump has said, the United States and China have been talking for some time over the course of the administration, and now teams from both countries will meet in person to continue discussions. You can be certain that President Trump and his trade team will ensure we work to achieve the best deal possible for America.
That's a quick wrap-up of this press briefing there at the White House. Now, let's get you back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
This has been a live special report. We now join our programming already in progress.
If you have something you want to conserve, you remain more liberal if you think you need to be liberated. Like women's liberation. So you think about it, if you have kids, you want to conserve them, you want to protect them. And so having kids makes you even more conservative. Having Turning Point USA and running Turning Point USA, I want to conserve it. We want to protect the best. We want to protect the best of all things. And we as conservatives want you actually to embrace a harder, meaningful life, not one of just ease and comfort. There's a lot that divides the liberals and conservatives. Deep down, libs want an easy life and they want to be lazy. There's not every lib, but a lot of libs. Basically, they're always complaining that they have to work. What an awful existence if you don't have to work. Now, work should not be everything. You should rest for an entire day of the week. But imagine a life without struggle. What is the purpose of all that? You want to try to leave the next generation off. You want to try to hand something better. It was in a certain circumstance, and we improved it. And then, yes, of course, faith. Make your relationship with God, with Jesus, your top priority. So I hope that helps. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Let's go to relieffactor.com. 100% drug-free Relief Factor. They have a great sleep supplement that can help you fall asleep. Z-Factor goes beyond just melatonin. Z-Factor uses 4 natural ingredients to help relax your mind so you fall asleep quicker. Once you fall asleep, it helps you stay asleep. 100% drug-free, and it's safe to take regularly. No groggy feeling when you wake up. Z-Factor was developed by Relief Factor so you can count on the science behind it. Right now, pay only $19.95 for their 30-day supply, a 46% savings. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF, or visit relieffactor.com. Better sleep without drugs. See how Z-Factor can get you the Z's that you want. Go to relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We have 2 more questions that we have to get to in the last segment, and we'll get to both of them. If you want to ask us questions and join this program every week, it is members.charliekirk.com. That is members.charliekirk.com. We love hearing from you, so become a member. It is members.charliekirk.com. Just a reminder, momentarily at the conclusion of this program, I'll be on campus at the University of California, Riverside. So if you're in the car and you want to stop on by and bring your kids to come see me at the University of California, Riverside, I'll be debating a lot of liberals there starting at high noon in just a couple hours here, 12 p.m. local time in Riverside, California. It is the finale of our viral, impactful campus tour. So thankful for all of you that have been supporting it and praying for it and getting behind the important work that we've been doing. And we close the entire deal at University of California, Riverside. So please consider coming by and supporting it and saying hello. You might even get a MAGA hat if you are very lucky. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. You can listen to all of our podcasts on demand in real time. We'll be right back.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full-body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Stop watching the news and start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Chris has a great email. He says, Charlie, the intersection of both Mohammedism and communism is the greatest threat. From the Hitler-Mufti alliance in World War II to the Progressive Muslim Brotherhood alliance today, it's always been a devastating alliance. We have our Young Women's Leadership Summit coming up in just a couple of weeks. If you have any young women in your life, you should definitely get them to attend. Let's play Cut 51. That is YWLS 2025 or TPUSA.com. Check it out. Get your tickets to our Young Women's Leadership Summit. Be right back. Welcome back, everybody, here at the Bitcoin.com studio. We do a lot of great work at Turning Point Academy, and we're honored to work with the Herzog Foundation. Hutz and the entire team at Turning Point Academy do a wonderful job. The Herzog Foundation is your trusted guide to navigating all of the educational changes. With the Trump administration working to abolish the Federal Department of Education and return control to the states, there's never been a better time to explore Christian education. For too long, federal overreach has dictated how children learn, but now parents have a greater say in their kids' futures. Visit readlion.com to access must-read articles, and don't forget to sign up for the Lion's daily and weekly newsletters. That is readlion.com. Stay informed, stay equipped, and help shape your child's precious future. That is readlion.com. Again, portions of our program are brought to you in part by the Herzog Foundation and the Lion. That is readlion.com, readlion.com. Stay equipped, stay informed, and shape your child's future. That is readlion.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Okay, we have 2 more questions remaining. Lester, what is on your mind? Thanks for being a member.
Hello, Charlie. Can you hear me?
Yes. What is on your mind?
Hey, so hold on, let me pull this up really quick. So, hey, Charlie, I ran for student government president at UCF this past semester. I was very openly a MAGA conservative during this race. And so that was met with a lot of intense backlash. I faced over like 10 death threats. election interference hearings that got me disqualified. And the Republican Party club at the UCF University endorsed the liberal candidate who advocated for DEI policies. And that candidate ended up winning. They disqualified me while votes were still being counted, and I couldn't campaign for over half of the month that the campaign that was basically the time that was set to campaign. What can I do to get the story out there so this doesn't happen to anyone else?
Well, we would love to help get that story out there. And what you're illustrating is unfortunately very normal. Our students get death threats all the time. Our Turning Point USA students are under constant threat of retaliation and reprisal. So nothing new there. But yes, to your point, we'd be happy to work with you at Turning Point USA and help get that story out. And this is why I think the Trump administration needs to broaden its scope of its critique of these universities. It's not just anti-Semitism that's happening on these campuses. Again, this gets no coverage, but every day these kids are just getting assaulted just for being pro-Trump, for being pro-America. So let's get that story out there. Okay,
Charlie.
Last question. Yeah, we got to get to the last question. We're running out of time. Gentry, what's on your mind? Yes.
Hey, Charlie.
Gentry, thanks for being a member. What's on your mind? Yes.
Hey, sorry about that. How can we create more unity in the party? In November, it seemed like, and now it seems like we're infighting more. I think it's maybe because we don't have an adversary yet, because no one's running the Democratic Party. What do you think about that?
Very smart. Gentry, you're a very smart man. Yes, I mean, we've been talking about this. There is I don't want to say a civil war, but there's all sorts of mini little conflicts that will come to the surface. Part of it is very normal, though. We put together a unification governing coalition of Maha, of neocons, of isolationists, of libertarians, of crypto people. And so when you govern, all of a sudden people are going to say, but my topic is not being properly represented. To President Trump's credit, he's done a pretty good job of satisfying all those promises. Differences are papered over to win the big battle. Now we have competing interests and priorities, and that's totally understandable. I want to try to calm it down. I'm intentionally not engaging in any of it. People are calling each other names. They're doing all this stuff. We got to bring down the temperature because we need to form coalitions to win. But there are important moments where you're far out from an election. We got to figure out what we actually believe as a movement. I've always taken the high road with this stuff. I don't engage. If you go on social media right now, it's one conservative influencer attacking another. It's just like, geez Louise. And you can't build anything that way. I find people that spend all of their time attacking other conservatives, they rarely have built anything of significance. It's really hard to build stuff when you're worried about what somebody just said in your Twitter comments. It's hard. And so I try to rise above it. I try to, okay, fine, I'm attacked. I'll text people privately. And we need builders. Builders are important to a country, a society, and a movement. And those that are always involved in he said, she said, persnickety little infighting, I don't know if you could ever construct something at scale with that behavior or attitude. God bless. Shabbat Shalom. Pray for us. We're about to go on campus. See you next week.
Parents, America's faith is fading. Schools are pushing out God, leaving our kids adrift. We created the Kids Guide to Our One Nation Under God so you can share the faith and heritage that built our nation. And right now you can get it for free at freegodbundle.com. That's freegodbundle.com.
Cooking rice just isn't nice. No matter how hard you try, it always comes out stuck on and dry. Until now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker.
It's the easiest way to make fluffy, delicious rice every time.
Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
White, brown, jasmine, pilaf, basmati, even sushi rice, all cooked just right. The secret is perfect cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops, and keeps it warm to serve.
Rice Robot's so smart it won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed. Watch this. Add rice, water, olive oil, salt, one large tomato in the center, click it, cook it, and look, amazing Mediterranean rice that's just bursting with flavor. But how about an egg fried chicken rice meal for the whole family in just minutes?
And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeals, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. For a healthier choice, make quinoa, couscous, or cauliflower rice.
Throw in turkey, rice, vegetables, potatoes, broth, and bring leftovers back to life.
Elevate your party with a melty queso spinach or a s'mores dessert dip. Rice Robot is perfect for apartments, dorm rooms, and RVs. And with a ceramic, ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Call or go online now and get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1-2-3 recipe guide, all for the special TV discount price of just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. You get it all at incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-575-5956 or go to buyricerobot.com. So call 1-800-575-5956 or order online at buyricerobot.com today.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is King.
The Catholic Church has a new leader this morning, and for the first time in history, it's an American-born pope.
The first trade deal of President Donald Trump's second term.
It opens up a tremendous market for us.
The agreement with the United Kingdom would expand the market for U.S. beef and ethanol, while the U.S. would drop its new 25% tariff on fancy British cars like Land Rover to 10% for every 100,000 cars sold.
Prosecutor Jeanine Pirro is the new top prosecutor in D.C. President Trump appointed Pirro on an interim basis. This comes after President Trump withdrew his first nominee, Ed Martin, this morning. There was bipartisan pushback over his nomination, partly because of his defense of January 6th rioters.
This morning, the father of the teen police say shot and killed 2 people at a Wisconsin school is under arrest. 42-year-old Jeffrey Rupnow, now charged with contributing to the delinquency of a child and providing a dangerous weapon to a person under 18.
George Simeon, a right-wing candidate, has won the first round of a rerun presidential elections in Romania with over 40% of the vote and will face the centrist mayor of Bucharest, Nicu Sordan, in the next round of the elections.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard for a very special international edition of Human Events Daily. Today is May 9th, 2025, Anno Domini. And earlier this week, we were in Rome, Italy, covering the conclave of the new Pope Leo XIV. But now we've come for a different type of election, a real election of the people here in Bucharest, Romania. And we're so honored to be sitting down with presidential candidate George Simeon. George, thanks so much for having me.
Thank you for being here in our home, Jack. Yes, a real election, a re-election. actually a repeated election.
That's right.
Democratic crisis caused by the globalists in Brussels. Here in my country, in Romania, I am the front runner. We are winning by a landslide these elections, and the only thing that can stop us is some people interfering with the voting process. I won in the first round with 41% of the ballots against 21% of the mayor of Bucharest, a pro-LGBT guy who had a platform saying we are basically giving money to Ukraine in order to assure that Romania remains safe. We don't believe in this. We don't believe in escalating anywhere. We believe in our strategic partnership with the US, with our American friends, and we believe in sovereignty. So this is my ticket for democracy, for giving back the power to the people, and it's about the rule of law. They always used this phrase, the rule of law. The constitutional order. We are fighting for the constitutional order. This meaning the power of the people to vote and not to be humiliated like they were in December 2024.
Well, and we saw in the United States, we heard this phrase again and again, no one is above the law, no one is above the law. And then time and again, these same forces would then use that law to arrest Donald Trump, to raid his home with federal agents, to come up with crazy accusations and cases against him, claiming his loans were out of date, claiming all of this was out of date, and it was always a complete nonsense. And the American people saw through it, and they fought through the lawfare. And I certainly pray that the Romanian people also see through the corruption that's going on here so that they can have a truly free country and a free and fair election. We're going to be right back in 1 second here with George Simeon here in Bucharest, Romania.
Parents, America's faith is fading. Schools are pushing out God, leaving our kids adrift. We created the Kids Guide to our One Nation Under God so you can share the faith and heritage that built our nation. And right now you can get it for free at freegodbundle.com. That's freegodbundle.com.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, listen up, folks, because I'm about to put you onto something that will change the way you start your day. I'm talking about Blackout Coffee, and Blackout Coffee is not just coffee, it's a wake-up call, a call to rise and grind, to push harder, to never compromise on what you stand for. This isn't your average cup of joe. Every bag of Blackout Coffee is roasted with purpose, packed with bold flavor, and fueled by the kinds of values that built the United States. Grit, determination, and a refusal to back down. They don't just make coffee, they make a statement. Blackout Coffee is stepping up, adding more warriors to get your orders out faster than ever. So when you hit the Order Now button, you know your coffee's coming fresh and ready to fuel your next move. Whether you're powering through the daily grind, chasing big goals, or just refusing to settle for mediocrity, Blackout Coffee has got your back. Don't just drink coffee, drink Blackout. Go to blackoutcoffee.com/POSO and use promo code POSO for 20% off your first order. Taste the coffee that doesn't just wake you up, it fires you up. That's blackoutcoffee.com/POSO. And we're back. Jack Posobiec here, live Bucharest, Romania. We're sitting down with George Simeon. He is running for president here in Romania. You talked before about this lawfare that was used against the previous candidate, the overturning of an election, something that our vice president, J.D. Vance, when he came to Munich, spoke very forcefully about and spoke very clearly about, and yet they seem to have no problem doing it whatsoever. What has been the reaction of the people of Romania when they see something like this?
We had massive protests, and we had the vote last Sunday, which is not my result. They didn't vote for me, they voted for Romania, for the Romanian people, for their voice. This is why we had such a great victory. The instrumentalization of justice that happened, like you mentioned, in the US. We had Tuesday many MAGA figures here in Bucharest. We had Dirk Toten, we had Brian Brown, we had Matt Schlapp in a Romanian American Business Forum. I remember what they did with Mike Lindell, Lindell, and with all the people that were faithful until the end, were loyal to President Trump. This is about loyalty towards our ideals and to the Romanian people. Well, this is why the people appreciated that we didn't betray, we stick to until the end. And they are doing the exact same thing in Poland. We will have next Sunday elections in Romania and in Poland. Instrumentalization of justice is a big problem. Donald Tusk is doing this there against our friends from Law and Justice, the Conservative Party there. And they are trying to stop Karol Nawrocki, my good friend, of winning. But I tell you what, Jack, if the elections will be free and fair, in Romania and Poland we will have two transatlantic presidents, two MAGA presidents on the eastern flank of NATO. And these are the victories that will change and will flip all the governments in the European Union.
One thing you said about the Law and Justice candidate in Poland, as well as with yourself and what we've seen in Romania, I remember my family, my background is Polish, as most people know, and so when the government started to go after Donald Trump, when they started to do the lawfare, and people were saying, I cannot believe this, I've never heard of something like this, I said, well, that's because you're not used to it in America. There are other parts of the world where during the 1980s, during the 1970s, parts of Eastern Europe, where this type of politics, unfortunately, was actually very common. And my wife, who was born in the Soviet Union and came to US, she got out for freedom. She said, I have seen this movie so many times where someone gets powerful, but they don't like him, and they bust his door in the middle of the night. Suddenly there's a corruption charge, and you never hear from him again. Why are we seeing this happen again?
They are losing the power. They painted themselves as Democrats, but they are authoritarian. They are bloody dictators. They are just like Lukashenko in Belarus and Chavez in Venezuela. They are Iranian authoritarian regime. They have some ayatollahs here in Romania who say, you can run, you cannot run. This is not a democracy. So we have met the so-called Soviet heaven. It is hell. We don't want to go back to it. We will stand up for our freedom, for our rights. And my opponent, who is a globalist puppet, supported by Emmanuel Macron and Ursula von der Leyen, will be bashed in the second round and will lose in a historical way this competition, but only if the elections will be fair and free, because they had the deep state with them. They have institutions. They even attacked our national currency on Monday in order to say it is the fault of the sovereignists that they won elections, and look what happened to the Romanian leu, our national currency. It has been depreciated.
We've seen currency manipulation be used in elections many, many times.
Many times by George Soros, our ideological opponent. He did this in many countries, including the United Kingdom.
Yes.
And they tried this through JP Morgan in Romania this Monday.
I hadn't heard that, but it doesn't surprise me because it is a very common tactic that you'll see them use, especially in countries where the economy is tied together, like in the EU, where they have that direct influence. Just a few minutes until the break. Do you have any worry that what happened to the previous election, let's say you do win, do you have any worry that the courts might come in and do it again?
The courts cannot come in right now. The message from Washington was very powerful, and we thank Homeland Security, the Department of State for getting Romania a warning, a fair warning, that you are not a democracy and you cannot be in the visa waiver program. Actually, my political opponents, the government here, are telling that I was responsible for it.
You've been very busy.
Yeah, actually, I've been accused of attacking our currency. I've been accused of rapes. I've been accused of... it's a good thing I wasn't in Rome and J.D. Vance was in Rome in the final meeting with the last Pope, because they would have accused me of that. They even wrote, there is this media outlet, very progressist, very leftist, very deep state owned, financed by Germany here, G4 Media, who even told me that I was in the US Embassy, and because of me a painting in the US Embassy has been changed. This is the way they lie. This is the way my political opponent lies. He is saying that I will have snap elections, I will provoke chaos, I'm a violent guy, and he's saying I will fire the teachers. This is his message for the teachers in Romania. If Simeon will be president, he said it, I didn't say this, he will fire the teachers. Actually, they do what they know best. They want to control the citizens through fear. We have a message of peace, of love, of understanding, of dialogue, but they want to raise fear in the society that everything will go bad.
Hold that thought, because that's so important what you're saying. It reminds me of COVID. We'll be right back here. Jack Posobiec, George Simeon.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full-body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like
1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Cooking rice just isn't nice.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeals, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. And with a ceramic, ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1-2-3 recipe guide, all for just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. Order now.
1-800-575-5956.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. Our cameras were rolling just moments ago when White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller addressed the media. Here's what he had to say.
Mr. Miller, do you believe George Conrad's Gateway funded? I have 2 quick questions. First, President Trump has talked about potentially suspending habeas corpus to take care of the illegal immigration problem. When could we see that happen? Do you think?
Well, the Constitution is clear, and that, of course, is the supreme law of the land, that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus can be suspended in a time of invasion. So it's an option we're actively looking at. Look, a lot of it depends on whether the court will do the right thing or not. At the end of the day, Congress passed a body of law known as the Immigration and Nationality Act, which stripped Article 3 courts, that's the judicial branch, of jurisdiction over immigration cases. So Congress actually passed what's called jurisdictional stripping legislation. It passed a number of laws that say that the Article 3 courts aren't even allowed to be involved in immigration cases. Many of you probably don't know this. I'll give you a good example. Are you familiar with the term temporary protected status, or TPS, right? So, by statute, the courts are stripped of jurisdiction from overruling a presidential determination or a secretarial determination on TPS when the Secretary of Homeland Security makes that determination. So when Secretary Noem terminated TPS for the illegals that Biden flew into the country, when courts stepped in, they were violating explicit language that Congress had enacted, saying they had no jurisdiction. So it's not just the courts aren't just at war with the executive branch. The courts are at war, these radical rogue judges, with the legislative branch as well, too. So all of that will inform the choices the president ultimately makes, yes.
Mr. Miller, to further incentivize deportation of illegal aliens, is the administration considering going after businesses that knowingly employ illegal aliens?
Well, they already have. Worksite, of course, I don't have the exact statistics, but it's at multiple hundreds of percent. So the increase in worksite enforcement has been dramatic, it's been immediate, and that will continue.
Outside the White House just moments ago on this final day of the weekend, President Trump had
Today, you talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
And we're back. Jack Posobiec here. Want to bring also in the third hour of the Charlie Kirk Show of the Salem Radio Network. A very special interview live on location, Bucharest, Romania, with the front runner for the presidential election, George Simeon. George, you gave and you mentioned Mike Lindell a moment ago. Mike Lindell has been, he's a good friend of mine, good friend of my family. He also allows my wife to sell some pillows, but we don't buy those. We only buy mine. And promo code POSO, never promo code Tanya. But he's a champion, a tireless warrior for election integrity. And he's faced much persecution because of this. And in fact, even someone he was involved with is actually in jail, Tina Peters, in Colorado, because she was preserving records, and they said she stole them. You gave a press conference a few days ago regarding election integrity and one of your big concerns upcoming in the election. Walk me through that.
So the difference from the first round is 20%. 41 for me, 21 for my opponent. There is virtually no chance of them winning and taking 51 to 49%. No chance ever. But we have 3 million dead people on the voting list, because in total the population of Romania is 19 million.
Okay.
Last census in 2021. And they are saying, the authorities, the electoral authorities, they are saying we have on the list 18 million people. So the voting age is 18 years old.
So you must have no children.
Yeah, no, actually we have 3,500,000 children. So
the numbers don't work.
Not at all. There's a big difference consisting. We just discovered it through mailing letters. We had this list.
You pulled the voter roll.
Yeah, we sent letters, personalized letter to each voter, especially to the elder voters.
Of course.
And their family contacted us. How do you have our contact? It's in the electoral list. I told them to delete it. My father has died 20 years ago. So the only chance for them is manipulating the votes through deep state, through their methods of intimidating people. We just received the text in the commercial break from an entrepreneur that they gathered all the entrepreneurs and told them to use fear and to tell the employees to vote against Simeon because they will be fired if they will not vote against Simeon. And the way they will proceed is to have this time the dead people risen from the dead and voting. This is our biggest concern for electoral integrity next Sunday.
I think there's a famous novel about the dead rising in
Walking Dead.
Well, no, the Transylvania.
Yes. It's one of the zones in Romania.
Yes.
And these dead people were voting.
So Dracula has come back, and now he's voting.
Yeah,
he's voting Democrat.
Yeah.
It's completely ridiculous. Will you be able, do you have time, I know the election is only 1 week, will you be able to have your teams out there checking these ballots to make sure that this doesn't happen?
We have 40,000 people in the voting stations, to each station. We are very well organized. The only thing they are trying to do in some countries, that, like the Republic of Moldova, where is in government a lady close to Emmanuel Macron, they will try to bring through governmental organization.
Oh, like observers.
Yeah, they will try to put votes inside they will try to manipulate ballots.
Well, certainly, if you catch any information of that, I always tell people this, that when we were doing this in 2024 and 2020 and 2016, and even when I was coming up in politics in Philadelphia, use your phone.
Yeah,
and
we had
if it's legal,
we had
just record it. Just record them and show exactly what they're doing.
We have James Traynor, which is the vice president of the Federal Electoral Committee in Bucharest. We had it.
You've got to train them all up, folks. We're coming on a quick break right now. We will be right back here live in Bucharest, Romania. Jack Posobiec and presidential candidate George Simeon.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new pocket hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new pocket pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away.
Call or go online now to get the Superlight 25-foot pocket hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free.
Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces?
I think as my hearing loss has gotten worse, I'm not as engaging as I was before.
Then it might be time to consider nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Recent changes in the law have allowed for over-the-counter hearing aids sold direct and shipped to your home, which means no more having to go to a doctor and spend thousands.
The fact that you're able to go direct, the pricing was phenomenal. It just was a win-win all the way around.
Nano hearing aids are incredibly affordable and deliver outstanding high-quality volume with superior noise reduction.
When you put nanos in your ears, truly amazes me that you can hear so much better.
Don't mistake nanos for cheap amplifiers. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are lightweight and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. And best of all, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries.
They are so small and so powerful. Just makes my life so much better.
Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Order now and get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $397. You get a free portable charging case, a $79 value, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, and free shipping. Plus, all Nanos come with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Try them, and if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Just so easy, so affordable. Just go ahead and do it.
Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Order now and you'll get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. Call and order your Nano hearing aids right now and get all the benefits of being able to hear again without having to spend thousands.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. The White House is juggling a number of different issues. For instance, tomorrow, a U.S. trade delegation will meet with Chinese officials in Geneva, Switzerland to talk about tariffs. And then next week, President Trump will head to the Middle East, where he'll meet with officials from Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE. But on the domestic front, just moments ago, Stephen Miller, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, joined reporters to talk about issues related to our elections.
So we're really concerned. Those are all great questions. The Department of Justice, of course, is working on all 3 of the things that you just mentioned, and hopefully we'll have a further update soon. I can tell you on election integrity that the president recently signed an executive order that was the most comprehensive election integrity order that was ever issued. And as you may recall, that included in it a requirement to verify citizenship to vote. Another example where a district court judge lawlessly intervened and joined that requirement. Now think about this.
Congress passed a law, again, Congress passed a law, making it a crime, a felony, for non-citizens to vote. And yet a judge has enjoined the executive branch from enforcing and upholding that statutory requirement. So the courts, the radical rogue judges, they don't care what Congress said. They don't care about what the Constitution says. They're just imposing their own Marxist agenda on the whole country. And that's obviously...
They want to follow up on January 6th.
Yeah, so, I mean, the Department of Justice is investigating all of the issues that you mentioned. I wish I had a full update for you now, but I can assure you that our Attorney General, our Deputy Attorney General, our FBI Director, now Ed Martin, at the Weaponization Working Group will all be, and of course we put up a new D.C. Attorney, will all be diligently working on ensuring accountability and justice. Yes, back there?
Stephen Miller also being considered. There are reports out there to replace Mike Waltz, who is the outgoing national security advisor for President Trump. So he is now in the spotlight again. President Trump saying just earlier this week that Stephen Miller already assumed some of those jobs and some of those duties that Mike Waltz was doing. So that's one of the things to consider, as we just heard from Stephen Miller. We, of course, are going to get you back to the regular scheduled program.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
If you're a homeowner, you need to listen to this. When's the last time you checked on your home title? That's the legal proof that you actually own your house. If you're like me, the answer is never. The problem is, in today's AI and cyber world, scammers are stealing home titles and your equity is the target. Here's how this works. Criminals can forge your signature on one document, steal your identity, use a fake notary stamp, pay a small fee with your county, and boom, your home title has been transferred out of your name. Then take out loans using your equity or even sell your property. You won't even know it's happened until you get a consolidation or collection or foreclosure notice. That's why you need to stop what you're doing today and find out immediately if you're already a victim. Use promo code POSO at HomeTitleLock.com to make sure your title is still in your name. You'll also get a free title history report plus a free 14-day trial of their $1 million triple lock protection that's 24/7 monitoring of your title, urgent alerts to any changes, and if fraud should happen, they'll spend up to $1 million to fix it. Go to HomeTitleLock.com/POSO. That's HomeTitleLock.com/POSO now, HomeTitleLock.com/POSO. And we're back. Jack Posobiec here, sitting down with George Simion. He is the current front-runner for the Romanian presidency. That's assuming it's a free and fair election, as we were just talking about in our last segment. We're in Bucharest, Romania. I want to welcome in, of course, the third hour Charlie Kirk show on the Salem Radio Network, coast to coast in the United States. George, one of the things that has been a huge issue in the United States and has been from the start, a few months ago, I even had the honor to accompany Secretary Bessent. We rode to Kiev, rode the train, we met with President Zelensky. He delivered the first draft of this U.S.-Ukraine mineral deal. And the goal of this deal was to prepare, hopefully, for a future peace agreement between U.S., Ukraine, and Russia. Now, as we know, the peace deal has not been reached yet. The negotiations are ongoing. Currently, as we sit today, I believe there's a ceasefire because they're having Victory Day celebrations. But there's a lot of indications that the war may continue. If you are elected president, what would your role be? Would you support the peace talks? Would you support escalation? What could you do as president of Romania?
We have suffered a lot from the Soviet-Russian occupation. We are a people that was threatened. They took our land. They murdered our grandfathers. So we know how the Soviets are working. Unfortunately, many of the Ukrainians that lead now Ukraine also have some Soviet reflexes. We are for peace, for diplomatic resolving crisis, for de-escalation. So we fully support President Trump. And I know that President Trump will manage to make peace. He is a peacemaker, and some that are trying to strong-arm him will not succeed. There is no point of this war to continue any longer. No point besides helping the industrial military complex to go on any further. So we will take actions for peace, and we will be on the front line here in the Eastern Europe, on the eastern flank of NATO, to provide peace. I know the Ukrainian administration didn't behave properly with President Trump in the first mandate in 2019, and with all the corruption scandal around Hunter Biden. But I am here to guarantee that Romania is a serious partner in the strategic partnership directly with the US, and we will continue to be a serious partner in NATO, being the ones that fulfilled the commitments to pay for our defense when President Trump had his first mandate as president of the US.
And certainly sharing a border with Ukraine, if the war were to escalate, not only would it affect the people of Romanian heritage who live on the Ukrainian side of the border, but also obviously have direct effects on Ukraine and on the Black Sea.
You can imagine we have a big problem with the Ukrainians not respecting the rights of our Romanians there for churches and schools. They are behaving miserably. This is why I'm saying that they still have some Soviet reflexes. Of course, you cannot enter like the Russians did with tanks, with bombs to attack, to cancel all international agreements. We need new security guarantees after the peace talks, and hopefully we will have the peace negotiations. We are praying for this.
Well, I think that's exactly right, and we will see. I think we will see, because, of course, at the U.S., one of the issues that comes up so much when we have this debate is suddenly the U.S., we are paying for so much of this war, the artillery, the shells, the bombs, the missiles, even pensions to the military, even some of the retirees, the salaries, it's coming from U.S. And this was a huge issue for President Trump when he ran in 2024, and not just in Ukraine, but whether it's Israel, Gaza, whether it's the current issue in India, Pakistan, or issues with China. It's all about peace. It's about finding a peaceful situation. Even when, for example, Iran, this has been a big issue lately, there have been some members saying, oh, we should go directly to war, go directly for airstrikes, and he said, absolutely not.
Secretary of State Rubio did amazing progress with the Iranian peace deal, de-escalation of the conflict and the nuclear weapons, and I'm surprised of the results. I was in Washington when the discussion started, so of course the only thing to imagine is a war like in the first term of President Trump, without wars, without losing unnecessary lives. We are Christian people and peace-loving people.
And this is something for, especially for my American audience, when I come here to Eastern Europe, people don't realize that these countries that we're talking about in Europe, they have such deep history, but the geography, they're very close to each other. They're very, very close. So in the U.S., we are very blessed. We have two enormous oceans on either side of us, and no really strong country to the north in terms of their military. I'll give them something on their history, but and the same to the south. But in the rest of the world, it is not like that. So these security guarantees and the security questions obviously are much more than just words on paper.
For sure.
Now, I have to ask you, though, because when we came in here and we sat down, Were you filming a TikTok by yourself and uploading it to your own phone?
This is how you do it if you want to be successful on TikTok. It's the best.
So he comes in here, and for everyone who's watching, he comes in, I'm sitting down, I'm getting everything ready for the interview, I'm preparing it, and he starts doing something on his phone, and he'd turn around, now I'm part of the TikTok, you upload. Do you really do all of your own social media?
Especially on Facebook and on TikTok, because they are the most popular here. So I uploaded the video, and now already 100,000 people watched it in
I'm viral.
Yeah.
I've never been viral before.
So no, you just have 3 million followers on X.
But is this,
I know my...
Not that you count.
Yeah.
But is this something that's new? How has social media changed? Because obviously in U.S. with the rise of Trump and myself, using social media so often, how has social media played a new role in politics here?
I wouldn't be here, I wouldn't be on the first place if we wouldn't have social media. Mainstream media was exercising censorship. If you didn't go on TV, you didn't matter in politics before. In 2020, the deep state in Romania tried to prevent us from passing the threshold and entering the Romanian parliament. And they said they will not go on TV channels, nobody in the press will talk with them, they will have 1% of the votes. We had 10% of the votes through Facebook. Now we have Facebook and TikTok, and we are spreading our ideas faster than any mainstream media channel can, and directly to the people. I'm talking directly to the Romanian people, and this is awesome. This is why they cannot control us. I don't have any big industry like the pharma industry or the army industry or the drugs industry behind me. I have only the Romanian people, and I remain loyal only to them. It is very important. I'm not indebted to anyone.
Well, I can certainly attest that for what I saw with my own two eyes, ladies and gentlemen, he's doing it all by himself. And he's sitting here, and then you're checking are the comments good? What are they saying about me?
Because it's good to see the reactions of the people. It's to stay in touch with the people.
This is something, it's revolutionary, and I know that President Trump, he doesn't use Twitter as much as he used to. He used to go, before he was banned and everything, he used to go on there every day, and he would read and read and read. And you could see the exact response of the people in real time.
A big change in the American elections that we followed and we supported President Trump was made by Elon Musk buying X. It is very, very important. I now, for the international readers, for our American friends, I post on X in my account and mostly in English. It is important that you have a platform that doesn't exercise censorship like they did, like banning the account of President Trump and others.
Now it is so free, and because X has become free and what Elon has done, I think it's having a pressure on Facebook, on Zuckerberg, on TikTok, on YouTube, that if they don't make their platforms more free, they're going to lose, because everyone's going to go to the place where you can talk freely. We'll be right back here. Jack Posobiec, live at Bucharest, Romania.
Hello friends, Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right, back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full-body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
Out with the thieves, let patriots come. That was the chant ringing out across party headquarters as George Simeon took a clear lead in Romania's presidential election. In a recorded post on social media, Simeon congratulated his supporters and said they were approaching an exceptional result.
This is not just an electoral victory. It's a victory for Romanian dignity. It's a victory for those who have not lost hope, for those who still believe in Romania as a free, respected and sovereign country.
This is the second time in 5 months that the country of 19 million has gone to the polls. The first attempt was annulled after claims of Russian interference in favor of then far-right frontrunner Călin Georgescu.
When I'm working long hours, I'm always listening to Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Jack Posobiec, we're here, final segment live in Bucharest, Romania. Very special edition of Human Events Daily. I want to welcome in the Real America's Voice audience as well as Hour 3 with Charlie Quirk. George, you have embarked on a very interesting debate strategy, one that I've never heard of before, where you've actually challenged your opponent to as many debates as possible. And your advisor was telling me you would even be willing to debate every single day, and you're challenging him to debates every single day. How did you come to this strategy, and do you think it's working?
I believe in debates out of respect for Mr. Georgescu and the annulment of the elections. In the first round I didn't go to debates, and I didn't feel at home. Because I like to express my ideas, I like to talk about the major key points. So yesterday we spent almost 5 hours at Euronews debating. I'm waiting to see today if my opponent wants to meet, and I'm challenging also the mainstream media channels who were spreading lies, and I'm telling them, if you are continuing spreading lies, I will not come to you. Euronews is just in Romania. They were on the 50 or 60 place in all the TV channels, and yesterday, with me being there and with my opponent being there, they were the third channel. So we bring them the audience, so they must respect us.
And you went for 5 hours?
Yeah.
Debate?
Yeah. And I want to congratulate my opponent because he is the underdog. He doesn't have any option just to come where I call him to debate with me. Because I told you, 20% difference between us. Huge difference. He participated, he is the successor of the former German president we had, Klaus Johannes, and he participated in this coup d'etat in annulling the elections without any evidence. So I'm sorry for him in a way, but I want the Romanian people to know who are these guys that want to rule over the country. I want the Romanian people to see them and their face when they say, we will send weapons to Ukraine, we will send troops to Ukraine. Yes, really? I asked him, who do you know in the Trump administration, Nikushor? Who do you know at European level from the leaders? I will not answer this question. What debate is this? Say, I don't know anyone. I asked him, if you are a transparent guy, tell us who are your donors. Tell us surname, name of your donors. I do not want to answer this question. They will be persecuted. How? By whom they will be persecuted? Because you have all the deep state in Romania behind you. I asked him, did you vote yes for the marriage between a man and a woman? I don't want to answer this. Why? Because you are a pro-LGBTQ plus binary, non-binary guy? And these are your electors?
George, we're coming up to our last minute. If you could sum it all up, what is your message for the people as to why you're running?
I'm not running for me. I'm not running for my party. I'm running for democracy, for the voice of the people. I'm a freedom fighter. I have been a freedom fighter all of my life. I never imagined that I will become the president of Romania at 38 years old. Mr. Georgescu was supposed to be the real elected president, and they annulled the elections because they clinched to power.
Is there a chance, if you win, that you could bring him into your administration?
This is the normal thing to do justice, and to annul the effects of what they did. So I am here to fight dictatorship, authoritarianism. I am here to fight for justice, for the truth, and for my nation, for my people, and for God. And this is what is protecting me. This is what brings me so many friends here in Bucharest. They lied in the Romanian media that I was paying to go to Jack Posobiec's show and to Steve Bannon's show.
Paid? I didn't get my check. I guess it didn't clear. Maybe it's held up with
they are
Interpol.
crazy. They only know to corrupt people, to pay people. This is the only thing.
Because that's what they're doing.
They trust.
Because that's exactly what they're doing.
Yes.
George Simeon, what an absolute pleasure. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new pocket hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The pocket hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the Superlight 25-foot pocket hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Do you have stains in your carpet that won't come out? You need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new hands-free carpet cleaner and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and odor go away. Got pet messes? This black light shows a urine stain is gone in just seconds. The advanced foam action formula penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors. It erases blood stains, makeup, juice, coffee, and more. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Red wine spills? They're no problem for Bullshot. And watch up close as burnt bacon grease stains are obliterated right before your very eyes. Get Horsepower Bullshot for only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com now.